Oh, dude, I forgot to. Yeah, I I was gonna experiment with stretch really quick. Oh, I was gonna experiment with ultra low latency on YouTube to see if it changed anything or if it caused the stream to lag, but okay, Discord notification, noise, noise. Let me see, is this updating? Is widget working? Sometimes it just freaking breaks. Okay, it is. Yo, what's up, Malix? Yeah, bro, dude, I saw in the Discord your one suggestion about the latency, and I was gonna try ultra low latency today. I forgot to change the setting. Maybe the next stream we'll try it, actually. We'll try it. I mean, it's on, so, because YouTube has like normal latency, low latency, and ultra low latency. And low latency like should be good enough. So I don't know if it, like when it feels like there's delays, it might be that I'm just slow on reading chat and I'm just reading like older messages, or I don't know, there could be like a few seconds, even if I read the latest thing. So we'll see next time. Yo, what's up, Never Christopher? What's up, bro? We EOSing tomorrow? What's up, Soup? You fixed it? Okay. We'll see. Dude, I feel like at sometimes the stream, like, I don't know, because I don't see it lagging, but I feel like sometimes it like gradually the latency becomes bigger. So I don't know if like refreshing every now and then is the play. So I don't know. I have no idea. I don't remember if I logged into Endfield because I didn't stream yesterday. I don't remember if I logged in yesterday to my dailies. If I didn't, I'm gonna be really sad because that's like 400 ore barrels I could have gotten. I think I did. I think I did. What is that? Okay. What's up, Einhand? Do we do the 160 refresh? Yes. Alright, that was a waste. The thing that sucks about ultra latency is you can only do 1080p, which you do anyway. I might try and stream in 1440p. I might try. Yo, what's up, Arcado? What's up, bro? I might, I don't know, I haven't seen if that many people do that. I don't know if that would also affect stream lag. I think the priority with streams is to just ensure there's the least amount of lag possible. I feel like 1080p for most people is good. I think unless you have a 1440p monitor or something. I don't know, maybe if you're on a TV. I don't know how many people watch on TV though. Hi, my locked-in streamer. Yeah, I don't know if you can call me that anymore after I literally did not stream over the weekend at all. So I don't know if I don't know if I've lost the right to be called that. The Maxim. It does feel faster? Okay, hopefully we can just maintain this. Hopefully this just maintains. Dude, I gotta work on my posture too. I feel like I keep hunching over. I need to like sit up straight. Ugh. One other thing on that is whatever you use for chat set to top messages or all is whatever you use for chat set to top messages or all messages. Like what I'm using to read chat, it should be all messages. I don't know if there's like top messages on live streams. The Diamond Dog. There's something in dailies that's supposed to let you catch up if you didn't log in yesterday. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, for the battle pass XP? Oh, so you can tell if you forgot to log in? Wait, hold on, let me check that. I'll go check that after this. I demand nothing less than 4K. What, do you have like a $3,000 TV that you're watching the stream on? Or something?
You can actually do that?
Oh, really?
Personally, don't even watch on full screen because I want to see chat. Yeah, I feel like that's that's a big part of it too. Okay, let's see if I forgot. Oh yeah, I did. Is that what this is? Oh, yikes, bro. How did I forget? Man, I never do that. You know why, actually? It's because I downloaded Do It Night Abyss the other day. Guys, unironically, okay, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. Unironically, after listening to Bob slander Do It Night Abyss in that one video, that one react, I unironically went and I was like, you know, I'm gonna go download Do It Night Abyss again, and then I did, and I've actually been playing it, and it's like kind of fun. Is that crazy? Is that crazy? What's on the agenda today? I think we're gonna watch the new Brax video. It's been 24 hours, so I think it's cool to do so. And then if I turn this react into a video, I'll probably like wait a couple days as well, but so yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna check that out. Dude, I still feel, and I mentioned this in the Discord, I feel like that one react of the Fob thing, like Fob reacting to Gotch Smack, I just feel like that wasn't my best work. I don't know. Like, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there were a lot of points that could have been explored better. People get a hunchback because their chest is being pushed back too much, so keep your chest forward. Forward. I'm gonna try and maintain this. Did I just get like a wall? Was that a wall of clue 7s that I just received? How dare you betray Enfield? Actually, I want to say every time I see you have 1,000 tickets, that makes your blood boil? Is it that bad? I mean, I use them. I do use them pretty consistently. Oh, also, I was trying to figure out how in OBS to get this survey, because the survey is weird because it opens it up in like a semi-browser, you know? So it's not like in-game, and if I use game capture on OBS, it doesn't capture it, but then there's not like a separate window to like window capture. So like, I don't know how to get this to show up, other than using like full-on desktop capture, and I was like too scared to do that, so. Because like if something pops up on the screen, it's just kind of over, like it's just like, you know, you just dox yourself, you know? I feel like it's too risky. Do some work on pacing for the reacts, yeah. Downloaded DNA 2 after everyone was talking about it. It's pretty wild how many enemies you fight at once. It's a different style of game. It's like a mob slayer, you know? It's a mob slayer. And I was like, dude, I was genuinely having fun playing it and like grinding some stuff out. And genuinely having fun with like the mob slaying combat. And I don't know, I thought it was fun. It might be something that like, you know, you play for a bit until you burn yourself out and then you like take another break and then you go back to it when you feel like it, but that's just how normal games kind of are, especially grindier normal games. Brother, you woke up, did your dailies, left to watch a different stream, came back during 1 p.m. lunch, and you were still on it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was like 5 hours long. And, you know, like, the thing is, I feel like going on tangents is fine. Because I think people, you know, it's generally fun to just, like, read chat and go on tangents or whatever. I think the issue was, like, sometimes there would be genuinely, like, good points brought up, and I feel like I should have explored them more, but then I like kind of jumped to something else, or I wouldn't finish saying something that like I wanted to say before jumping to something else. And I think maybe like in my mind, I'd maybe thought out what I wanted to say, but I didn't actually like convey it fully. And then when I was watching the VOD back, I was like, wait, why didn't I say this? Why didn't I say that? Like, I thought this, why didn't I say that? You know, so like, I feel like if you're thinking that too many times during a rewatch of the VOD, it's like not really a good, you know, not a great react. Yeah. Oh, for the OBS, just rename everything that would show up on desktop capture. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna try and I'll try and maybe today figure it out, and I don't want to figure any of that out on stream because it's, like I said, risky. Like, dude, there was it's like I had like a Polygon article open up in another what's it called, window, right? Like, because like I'll do like a window capture for the window of Chrome that I'm using for like reacting to videos, but then in another Chrome window I had like a Polygon article open. It was like an Elden Ring Night Rain guide, and like when a Polygon article opens, it'll do that whole like, oh, do you want to log in using your Google account? And then like it has like all the fucking Google accounts on my PC, some of which like obviously have my real name, like my full name. And I was like, you know, if that was on desktop capture, I just dox myself. Like, it's like nothing you can do about it. So, but the fact that it was like on a different window, it wouldn't show up on like the Chrome that I was looking at. So, yeah, no, I was like, yeah, that's just kind of fucked up. Yeah, I'm not gonna stall too much again. We're gonna just like jump into the Brax video, because that'll be fun to look at. That'll be fun. Now when I'm pulling this up after all of that, I need to like knock on wood because I just talked about doxing myself like several times, and the universe is gonna play a joke on me by making something sick and unusual happening. Are you gonna do a 1 hour survey? Yeah, I don't know how long it would take, but we'll see. Some of the survey stuff is like, not always like necessarily new, just kind of like standard stuff. And then I think every now and then there's like a new type of question. The Smack Fob react did not make much sense to begin with, IMO. The whole thing was Fob venting on Smack for something Smack never said. People, including Fob, only assumed and went with it. Okay, that was one of the main things that I feel like I didn't explore enough in the react, is I feel like several times someone would like interpret something that Smack was saying as like, Smack would say like support NTE or something. And I think there were several times people were saying, oh, this is being interpreted as like, don't play the fun games. Like if you don't have fun, if you have more fun playing something else than NTE, then, don't play that more fun stuff and instead go force yourself and play NTE. And I really don't think that's what was being said. I do genuinely, after looking back at it and thinking back over it some more, I think what was being said was just like this general principle of just like, don't like doom post games essentially. And especially games where developers have maybe shown some goodwill, whether it be like with their, like, it's the same principle that I talk about with Endfield a lot. And we talk about that with Endfield a lot, is that, when they're doing something new with say Echoes of War, like the DPS check timer slop, and it's not, like they're putting all the rewards in the lower tiers, and then there's like not arbitrarily forcing you to have multiple teams, et cetera, all this stuff, right? And like, don't doom post Echoes of War, because it isn't like the perfect game mode on its first iteration. Just like realize that it's doing those good things, and like, you can give the feedback on what you want it to be better, but like saying like that, using this as like, oh, Enfield's doomed because like whatever. It's like shooting yourself in the foot because they're doing something obviously different. So I feel like that was the point, right? And I feel like for the most part, people don't, it's kind of like cringe to doom post a game no matter what, but especially if the game is like doing something that you'd like to maybe like, you'd want to see them succeed in that endeavor. It's a little more self-defeating. I don't know. I think you should consider prioritizing which chat messages to read and which ones you can just let scroll by. I think I need to do that as well. I think something else I was thinking about, yeah, is like sometimes, let me see. Okay, this is up, right? Yes. Like sometimes I'd be, yeah, like going for like quantity of chat messages to read rather than like fully like exploring whatever was being said before moving on, One thing I'll say is that if you like have like a good point of something you want to bring up and I don't get to your message, then you can like repost it. Like, I don't have a problem with people reposting messages at this point. If you feel like you have something like interesting to say that it doesn't get read, you know what I'm saying? So that way we maybe like miss less interesting things. Because of war is good, but the rewards are not good. Like what, you just want more full currency? I don't know, we'll see. It's all about practice. We'll see how it goes. It's all about practice. Wrote in your survey that Echoes of War sucks, but you want more contingency contract stuff? Like you said last stream, might not be what he meant, but his using specific examples kind of betrayed his message. Like, you don't play these games for the gacha, why would you support NTE or Kaleido Rider, whatever the game is itself, if it doesn't interest you? Well, I think it comes down to what people define as support. Like if someone hears the word support and they think like, oh, he's telling me to go play that game and spend money in it, then yeah, people would say like, I don't want to do that because I don't like that game. And that's fair and reasonable. But I think, first of all, and now we're getting to like super like, why are we analyzing this so intensely? But like, just look at it this way. After he said that like support NTE, he basically said don't doom post. Like if you're doom posting this, it's essentially self-defeating, right? I genuinely think the point when he says support is not, play a game that you don't like and spend money on a game you don't like. I think it means, because, when it comes to live service games, right? A big part of live service games is the community, and nobody wants to jump into a live service game that they feel is dead or dying, because it just, no one wants to like feel like they're jumping into a dead environment, right? It's more fun when like you go to YouTube, Twitter, Reddit, Twitch, whatever, and you see like people are streaming it, making content, videos, discussing it, posting about it, whatever. And it's just more fun, and it feels like you're becoming like a part of something, like you're joining this like journey as the game progresses and like gets better and adds new content and stuff. That is a big part of the game. So if you're like doom posting a game and making it seem like, this environment is like, you don't want to try this, you don't want to get into this, it's dead, it's dying, it's going downhill, right? Then people will just like not really give it a try. And there are going to be even if like you want to make the point that NTE is like on the sniff test, it's like of a lower quality than like the big dog games, then there's still going to be, even if it's a lower percentage of the population, there's still going to be a percentage of the population who would try it and genuinely like it because it, like whatever it does differently than everything else, whether it be like cityscape, driving around, the whole like apartment thing, the dating sim thing, I don't know. It just, they might genuinely like that stuff and genuinely like the game and want to play it, and they might never try it if, you know, the entire discussion around it is just Doom post this game's awful, don't get involved, it's going to EOS, it's going to be a waste of time and money. Like, does that make sense? Okay, now I'm going to do what I said I wasn't going to do earlier. I'm going to scroll up in chat and read earlier stuff since I missed a bunch of stuff. Sound good? Cool. Okay, I see what you're saying with the Echoes of War example, but if I said person praising the front-loaded ore barrels doesn't play Enfield, doesn't that speak louder than the praise? What you're saying with Echoes of War example, but if said person praising front-loaded ore barrels doesn't play Enfield. I don't really understand this hypothetical. What do you mean said person praising front-loaded ore barrels doesn't play Enfield? Because, like, who are we talking about here? Oh, are you saying that in the case that I feel like, yeah, I don't know. That seems like a hypothetical. Like you're saying it's more important for people to play the game than to like speak positively about it, I think is what you're saying. But I think you can realize that a game is doing something well, even if you're not playing. Like, you know, you could look at Genshin's capturing Radiance 50/50 loss protection, and you could say like, oh, like that's cool. I don't play Genshin, but I want my game to do that. You know, like that's a cool thing. I hope more games do that. So I think you could still like kind of have that. But I think a lot of people that play Enfield genuinely praise that as well. But there were some people playing Enfield that were like doom posting Echoes of War. You know, kind of depends. Vincent watched your Silver Palace video on stream and really liked it. Nice, thanks. That's awesome. That's awesome. Did we get into the video already? No, we're doing a preamble right now. We're doing a preamble. Yeah. Streamers going on tangents before the video starts. Okay, my goal right here is to do all the tangents first, and then the video will be more focused when we actually start it. Capturing Radiance is cool. Playing Genshin is a good thing. What's planned for today? We're gonna watch this Brax phone video. Enfield respects your time, and now it's in trouble. And then, depending on how long this takes, then we'll figure out what else we're gonna do. Support to you in this instance means make sure it survives and not just not dooming it. I don't know. I just disagree because I just think with what was said, I think it was like that. My interpretation, I feel like that was more self-evident, but I don't know if that was your interpretation. I just feel like I'm confident in my interpretation of what was being said. Because another thing is that the idea, like, I think that Godsmack is not an idiot, right? And some people maybe think that he is, but like, I think like, I don't think he's stupid. So I think, especially because, so here's the thing, I think it would take a really, really stupid person to expect, like, if we're in this framework where we're saying, okay, this game is like genuinely bad, right? But I think because it does something like, monetization better, I think you should not play games where you're having more fun and go play this game instead. Like, I just don't think that's what he's saying, right? Like, I just don't think that's what's being said. Now, okay, I realize that maybe if he was saying that, I just called him really stupid, and I don't mean that. But like, like I just don't think that's what was being said. I think it was more along the lines of just like, don't doom post it and create an environment that's welcoming to new players so that new players will try it, and if they like it, they'll stay, and if they don't, they'll leave. And like, I think that's like pretty natural. I think the point about also like game modes in Enfield not FOMOing as hard is like something that's going to come up in this Brax video. So for you, support is an active choice and not negging something is kind of a neutral position. I think here's the thing, right? I think that depends on our perspective. I think I think from a certain perspective, if you look at like how people are actually behaving, right? Um, like I don't need to name names, but there's like obviously channels out there that are just like hardcore grifting, like constantly hardcore grifting, doom posting, slander, propaganda, negativity on like all the new stuff that comes out because that's like that's how they pay the bills, that's how they get views and content and whatever. And then they'll turn around and be like, well, I'm not sponsored, so my word means more, but you know, at the same time, you're getting paid, like you're still getting paid for YouTube ad revenue and views. So like, you know, you have your own like kind of like audience capture and like slave to like making whatever your audience wants to watch, et cetera, et cetera. That's like a credibility misdirect. But like, you know, I think if you just look at it from this perspective of like, you know, if you're not maybe paying attention to the doom posting side of things as much, I think maybe in Gotchasmack's perspective and like the way that I kind of view it is like there's a ton of that stuff out there, and that stuff is genuinely like I think in the first like 30 seconds of the Brax video we'll have an example of it and we'll talk about it about something that happened with Enfield, which was like the M-tashed video on Enfield gotcha, right? And like in that perspective or in that example, you know, there was a ton of like kind of just misinfo, propaganda, slander that like really hurt the reputation of Enfield's gotcha and stuff, and like Enfield in general. Pretty sure if you sit with Smack, if you sit with him, Smack himself would say it would he should have worded it better so that people don't misinterpret. I don't know. I guess I like I don't know because maybe, but at a certain point, you know, I don't know, maybe. Like you can say it's worded weird, but like again, to me, it you know, it was like kind of clear to me like at first. I guess people are different. People have different interpretations. Um, when you hear the word like support this game, well, I think honestly, what cleared it up to me was that the following line. And again, it sounds like you know we've like analyzed this video so intensely for like such a casual thing, for like such a nothing burger thing. But if you look at the next line, it was about like not doom posting the games. And I think if you have that understanding of like, oh, there is this like corner of the internet, there are these channels built on just straight up slandering and propagandizing and all this stuff, then it starts to make more sense why you would like view that as more of a problem, and you think that the issue is more of like, you know, don't doom post. If a company gives goodwill, no matter the circumstances of that goodwill, if a company has given goodwill to the consumer, then like consumers are incentivized to give goodwill to them. And you know, in the case where like if you like the way that NTE's monetization is set up, you could say that as a consumer, you're more incentivized to see NTE succeed because it could serve as an example to, you know, even like if like smaller studios are coming in, they could say, well, you know, we're a smaller studio, we're in the same kind of situation. Maybe we'll monetize it this way and take this strategy. If like we can't create a game of the same quality as like, you know, the billion-dollar corporations that are funneling billions of dollars into these projects. I mean, across multiple projects, but you know, like if we don't have that kind of backing, maybe we'll take this approach, and this approach will be better than just creating a lower quality game with the same monetization. Like, you know, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to know how companies will act, but Okay, let's let's get into the Brax video then. Get into the Brax video. And I think we might end up talking about like content like Echoes of War and stuff as we get into this, because there's a lot of things in here that are good springboards for all of these conversations. So hold on to those points about like Echoes of War and all that stuff, and it'll come up later probably.
When you think of a good game,
Yeah, adjust volume first. I think I need to turn it up. Oh, actually, I had a lot of.
what do you think of? Maybe you think of The Witcher 3 or a game like Dark Souls 3, or maybe even Cyberpunk 2077. Maybe your favorite game of all time was Skyrim or Minecraft, or maybe even an FPS game like Overwatch. Hey, it could be worse. At least it's not League. I certainly don't think of gacha games in the upper echelon of gaming history. Genshin Impact definitely made a mark and converted a bunch of free-to-play gamers into daily Primogem wage slaves who are certain that visual novel storytelling is the best way to enjoy a game. Of
I lost you? Where did I lose you? Diamond Dog? Where did I lose you? I was thinking there's no point to ask not to Doom post NT since their gotcha is better, because the people who Doom post don't really care. They just want to be elitist about their own game. Genshin can't avoid strays. Dude, is visual novel storytelling so bad? You know? Is visual novel storytelling so bad? Like, I don't know, I'm replaying The Witcher 3. I mean, because you mentioned The Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, you know? How much of the story is told between, like, two characters standing and talking to each other? Like, I'm trying to think about it. Like, there's a lot of stuff that is told that way. What is visual novel? I mean, visual novel is like two characters. Also, is this on? It's on normal speed. Okay, like.
fact, definitely that visual made a mark and converted a bunch of free-to-play gamers into daily Primogem wage slaves who are certain that visual novel.
It's like when characters are standing talking like this, and they're just like talking at each other, and this is how the story is told. So. Witcher 3 has good story / dialogue. Gameplay did not age well. Dude, I feel like that, can that be said for Cyberpunk 2077 as well? Would I get crucified for saying that? This isn't a visual novel. Yeah, it's not a visual novel. It's like 3D visual novel, I guess, is what is trying to be said. Like in a visual novel, you'd have like a PNG on this side and a PNG on this side, and then like there would just be dialogue on the bottom of the screen, right? And there'd be like a background PNG. But in this case, there's like a 3D model and a 3D model and like a background 3D environment. So, you know, I feel like that's kind of what's being said. I don't know. This isn't even the main point of the video, but
to enjoy a game. Of course, Genshin Impact is.
yeah. I think 3D games should leverage their environment more for storytelling. It's just a bad flat dialogue scene. But how many bad flat dialogue scenes are, you know, isn't that what visual novel storytelling is, except it's in 2D? Like in a visual novel, you know, sometimes they'll have like narration that describes the environment, but like a lot of the times what you're reading is like dialogue between two characters, right? So a lot of the story is told in dialogue. Isn't that right? Watched his video last night and it really seemed like filler content for his page. LOL. All right, well, that was mean. Nah, I'm just kidding. Heard people complain about Genshin's characters being inexpressive, but you don't know how accurate it is. Apparently, I think in SNES Naya with 7.0, they improved it a lot. Didn't they? Any current Genshin players want to confirm that? I think they confirmed their like character movements and like facial expressions a lot. Focus of visual novels is the writing, but isn't it kind of the focus for these stories as well? Like in any of these gacha stories that we watch? Yo, what's up, Blake? 7.0 skull emoji? Was it like not good? I feel like I've heard mostly praise for it. I'm not playing it, but I've heard mostly praise for it. And like I've seen some clips of characters like moving around a lot, which is different than how it used to be, so.
Isn't the only game guilty of this. Pretty much every gacha game out there, from Wuthering Waves to Epic 7, has dailies that they want you to do. I don't think
Also, feel free to let me know if the volume is like messed up, too low or too high.
anybody expected the daily grind to change with new gachas coming out, but there were certainly hopes of something different. Maybe a gacha game that you could play long term that would be more respectful of your time, but still have plenty of non-limited fun content to participate in. When Arknight's Endfield was announced, it appeared to be one of the most promising gachas.
Oh, you mean because like quote unquote guys, it's good, just get to 7.0? I mean, listen, bro, like they were like developing the game. I mean, 6 years ago. It's like there's like a clear growth over time. I feel like it's kind of unfair to say like, oh, it only just got good. Okay, look, yeah, Genshin, I think like its journey of growth and change was like much slower than what other games are doing and what you'd hope to see, obviously. So I think there's that, but you know, like I don't know, maybe part of it was like they didn't feel pressure from competition, so they didn't change anything. Maybe now they do. I have no idea. Or they're like just now starting to do that, but who knows? What differentiates a visual novel from the God of War style of storytelling is that dialogue in games like God of War, Metro, or Last of Us is fed to you during the action instead of dumping text boxes at you. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe there's just more movement in the cutscenes as well. Like the characters are just more animated and like move more and have more animation and stuff like that. Which also I think when characters are more animated, it allows for the voice acting to be more animated. I genuinely think that in like Honkai Star Rail and Genshin, for example, I feel like the directors are telling the voice actors to like keep it more mellow and like not be as expressive, because I think it would genuinely be jarring if the voice actors were like going all out and meanwhile the character model is sitting here like this. Like it genuinely not. They don't even do this, bro. They just sit here and they do this. Like genuinely, if you had like, you know, Molly Zhang or Amberly Connors like actually doing their best, it would just feel jarring. I think they tell them to like scale it back. And that's also why the dialogue is just so much like better to listen to in the other games. I don't know. But then again, you have like Atreus and Kratos like sitting on a boat, and Kratos is like telling stories, and you could like listen to that for hours. So who knows? I don't really know what it is. We're already on a tangent. We're already on a tangent. This isn't even the point of the video. Genshin has so little voice direction, high key, when you still play the game. Telling the voice actors to keep it mellow, Ian dub moment. Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, you think it's because they dropped PS4? The quality went up. Enfield 1.4 was great on many fronts, though. It really tried to cross the boundaries on this format. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully we just see improvements. Like, not, across every game. But yeah, in Endfield, hopefully we continue to see improvements in that.
Gacha games of all time. It's got what I'd consider to be the best looking character models in the genre, and existing
True. I'll drink to that.
IP to build off of for story and world building, and a combat system that's completely different from pre-existing mobile action RPG slot. Despite these accolades, at the moment, Enfield appears to be a punching bag for the general gacha community.
Yeah. So a little variety, expressions and characters from different nations sound like they all come from California. I do really like Enfield's, like, the way they have act, like, the VAs have accents and they get VAs like from those areas in the English dub is like actually pretty good. And I think that Zenless Zone Zero has really good voice direction as well. They've always had good voice direction. Yeah, so guys, and I feel so this even goes back to the whole like gotch smack thing about like basically don't punish good behavior is the principle. It is like, don't punish good behavior. Like, if something's doing something that you like and you want to see, you shouldn't punish that. And I don't know, it's kind of true. Like with Enfield, like we say with Enfield all the time, they tried new things, they're doing new things. I mean, dude, what is the thing you hear now is like, oh, every gacha is just swap, slop, rotation, slop, right? Control one character in a team of 4 and just swap between them, rotating abilities and cooldowns or resources or whatever. No like reactivity. Some games do, but some games have some reactivity, but I don't know. And the thing is, like,
being a game touted as having the worst gacha system in history by some community members. And while that's objectively untrue, FGO exists, the gacha does
dude,
and
I'm just gonna say, yeah, that MTash video I feel like that did some damage. Community members, quote unquote, yeah. You like, that's kind of playing fast and loose with the whole community members thing. I'm quit Enfield because every DPS play the same. First of all, minor spelling error, opinion disregarded. Second of all, genuinely, I don't know if they all play the same. I don't know if that's quite accurate, but Ekronite's Enfield glaze clicks off. MTash did irreparable damage. Dude, I'm just okay. Dude, the fact that this whole thing, this is something that when I was watching the freaking the fucking fake gotcha cast, the Captain Cabinets reacts to Pokey, reacting to Genizad, reacting to Fobmaster, reacting to Gotcha Smack. When I was watching that, Captain Cabinet says something at one point about how Enfield's gotcha like feels the worst out of everything because you can lose infinite 50-50s where, like, okay, I'd have to go back and look at this because it feels like such a weird statement, but there was something about how, like, in other games, you can, if you lose a 50-50 and then you get to win, but in Enfield, you like lose infinite 50-50s in a row. And I just like, I feel like I must be missing something here because you can, basically in every game except Genshin, you can lose infinite 50-50s in a row, right? Like, just because you lose a 50-50 and then your next 5-star is the limited rate up, that doesn't mean you won a 50-50. That doesn't mean you won. That was like guaranteed. That was like your worst case scenario, like, that's like the equivalent of going to 120 and just sparking an Enfield. am I missing something? Like, is it just me? Am I missing something with this point? The whole, you can lose. I don't know if anybody even saw this. I don't know if Brax says this later, but the MTash vid was kind of funny though. People still take MTash seriously after fake quitting Genshin 4 times and pivoting to right-wing propaganda content for a while. Okay, I don't think he did right-wing content, by the way. I think he was more like anti-Asmongold, I think. Like, I think he was more like left-wing. But anyway. MTash, I can just say as a content creator, I don't like the way he would like come in, barely play a game, barely understand it, and then make a review saying it's like terrible, and then just like leave and go to do the next thing. And then he went to, and then he legitimately went to be like a content creator for Marathon, and that shit imploded. So karma, maybe? I don't know. But he's actually the professional Doom poster since the MMO era. Now he Doom posts gotchas. Like that MTash video did some damage to him too. I didn't know anything about him. Now the only thing I know is that he's an idiot. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like once you start doing this, like he did it for Do It Night Abyss too, which like obviously Do It Night Abyss had some problems. Like that's literally how I started making long form content, was like, Do It Night Abyss had problems, yes, but like everything that he said in his review, like, he like blatantly like made stuff up and just like blatantly would like, misrepresent the entire genre, like the whole mob slang genre, and just say random stuff. Like, yeah, I don't. Someone pointed out that if you take the 2575 out of the equation on the weapon banner, it's a 1% for the rate up. So it's literally the same as insert game here, but with extra 6 stars. No, exactly, bro. Exactly. It is the exact same. There's a difference in how you get the pull currency, but again, hot take, maybe the world is not ready to hear this because the Overton window has shifted so far on the Endfield gacha, but genuinely, like, as just a player who's like a light spender, right? Not somebody who's like gonna pay to get every character and weapon, I enjoy Enfield's weapon gacha more. Because you also have to look like at the entire system, which is like the BPs. Do I need to do this rant again? You need to look at the entire system, which is like the BP weapons, and there's like there's not like the whole like psychological FOMO of like having to use a weapon that doesn't fit your character. So you get the BP weapon, which like is tailor suited for your character, even if it's like 15 to 20% worse or something at P0 compared to a signature. But then we have to think, does the damage, if it's just a damage difference as well, does it really matter if there's no like strict FOMO DPS check content, right? And it's just the only DPS check is like there for like a badge and some like vanity reward. All the gacha currency is easily, you just breathe on the enemies and they just die. Like, is that you have to look at all these factors, and the fact that so far there's no like quality of life in the weapons, the way that HSR will put quality of life in their weapons. Like a character's only really usable if you get their, they program a energy issue into the character, and then like you need the light cone to fix the issue that they created. They're not doing any of that so far. If you look at all this stuff like holistically, I think it's holistic the right word. You look at it all holistically, I think it's just better as a player. Maybe if you're somebody who wants to like spend money, like you swipe in the credit card for every new character and weapon, maybe Wuthering Waves' weapon gacha is the best. But I think for like the majority of light spenders, like $5 a month spenders or like BP plus monthly pass spenders who aren't pulling, like if you pull a weapon, you have to sacrifice a character, who are not spending for everything. Like, it allows me, because like in other games, I genuinely just want to skip the weapons as much as possible and get the most amount of characters I can, right? So like if I can remain strong and they don't shill a weapon like so intensely that I feel like I need to get it, then ideally I'm skipping like every signature weapon and I'm only getting characters in other games. But in Endfield, I I have the BP weapons, and then also I'll just naturally acquire signature weapons as a byproduct of pulling characters. So I still get to like engage in the fun of getting signature weapons every now and then. So, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe if you're swiping every time, then you'd prefer Weathering Waves weapon gacha. But like most people are not spending, you know, like $300, $400 a month on their gacha games. So MTech never corrects himself or re-reviews games once they improve. Yeah, I think the insistence on like never correcting yourself or never doing any sort of like follow-up is also a little, you know. MTech is a rage baiter, whether intentional or not. Samples are a small part of the game he plays and then makes wide sweeping statements generalizing the whole game based on that small experience. Maybe it's good he quit Endfield since the game he stuck with imploded. I mean, the thing is, he was never, ever gonna stay with Endfield. I don't think he was ever gonna do it no matter what. Watched a 2 video where a few months ago telling him he should just quit gachas and content creation and just find a job, Lamau. Dude, I think he does. I think, doesn't he like rent? He's like a landlord. Isn't he a landlord and he like rents apartment buildings or something? Like rents them out to renters. So he's like a millionaire. He's fine. He doesn't need, dude, he doesn't need to release a 13,000 view video like slandering and propagandizing Enfield's gacha system. He's like wage slaving a bunch of renties, you know? Like he doesn't need that. So I don't really know why he does it. I don't know, bro. I mean, he's fucking rent trapping a bunch of poor renters in this economy, bro. Okay, I'm obviously, I don't know, like I'm just making jokes about landlords, but like I don't know what he actually does, but maybe that's, you know, too far. But you know, I feel like it's fair game in this economy. I feel like it's fair game to make jokes at the expense of landlords, is it not? He's literally the devil? Question mark? Okay, not literally the devil. I don't know. He's not literally the devil. Enfield's endgame is explaining our gacha to tourists. Dude. I think, dude, I just think this, again, maybe I'm wrong, okay? And maybe it's just the Overton window shifting, but it's become so normal to say that Enfield's gacha like feels the worst. Like it feels bad, right? Hold on. Maybe let Brax go a little longer. I think he's gonna get into it. Can we wait for MTash mobile game to come out so I can nitpick like you did, bro? Bro, that'd be so funny, dude. That would be so funny. Like MTash's mobile, dude. Okay, I know. Eye for an eye, the whole world goes blind. Okay, I know on principle you should not do that, and you should be like the bigger person. But oh my, dude, just the thought of like waiting for MTash's mobile game to come out, and then just like, what if I just make like 20 videos just fucking shitting on, just like blatantly lying and propagandizing the game, dude? I wonder, man. Like, obviously that would be bad, but I just think it'd be so funny if like Mindful streamer with base takes is back online. Yo, what's up, Delay Bad? What's up, bro? Welcome. How do they give me 3 to 6 weapons and 80 pulls instead of 1? I prefer getting only 1 because then I don't have to feel bad for losing coin flips. Yeah, you know, yeah, that's the exact argument. And in this case, because there's a 4% chance of getting a 6-star, which are good 6-stars, by the way. They're not shit 6-star weapons. They're good. Because there's a 4% chance and there's a 25-75 Which, first of all, I think it's like 0.8% chance or 0.6% in other games. So already, even with the 2575, the fact that the base chance is 1% for the rate up, it is like higher. But yeah, dude, so is it just a feeling? Like, is it just like it feels bad because, you know, when I see like that rate up, like when I see that red flash or when I see that gold flash, you know, in other games, it's, you know, when I see that happen, it's more likely to be the thing I'm going for than something else, you know? Like when it comes to like the whole idea where with a 50-50, you know, if you lose, but then you get to win after, even though it's not really a win, it's a guarantee. Is it just because like in Endfield, there's like a small chance or there's like another 50-50 basically. So if you lose, you can like lose another 50-50 and like the next time you see that red flash, it's not the rate up. Whereas in another game, like if you see the gold flash, you know it's the rate up. Is that how it like feels bad? Because I just think that like worst case scenarios in any game is bad. You know, like going full 120 or going like full 160, 170 in another game, or like 150 to 170 in another game is just it's gonna feel bad no matter what, right? Like the best case scenario feels good, worst case scenario always feels bad. I think, you know, when I go 160 pity in HSR, like 150 in Wuthering Waves, I think that feels just as bad when I have to go to 120 in Endfield. Does it necessarily feel worse? I think it just feels just as bad. I think worst case scenario is always going to feel bad. Probably Endfield gacha feels bad because there are better possible outcomes you can get, but when you don't, you feel bad even though mathematically it's good. That might be it. Like the idea in your head that like it could have gone better. Anecdotes equals feelings are a bad argument against a gacha system, which is all about numbers. You could get fucked in Wuthering Waves Holy Gacha too. Like, yeah, there's always going to be that bottom, you know, 10% of people that are just getting absolutely like destroyed by the gacha. I mean, I lost eight, like, you know, 8 50-50s, I think, in Wuthering Waves at one point, and then I won one, and then I went on to lose like 3 or 4 more in a row. So like that felt pretty awful, you know? Like that felt pretty bad. And that's like the thing is that's statistically anomalous. And like it's statistically anomalous to, you know, get an early 6-star, 5-star, whatever, your limited, you know, rate up character or whatever it's called, premium unit or whatever, right? It's statistically anomalous to get multiple of those at like your 0.8% base chance anyway. So it's just so rare. If I lose 150-50 in Endfield and I'm at like 70, what you want from that point is to lose more. Okay, yeah, there's the one point about how you'd rather, which is weird, right? Which is like if you lose a 50-50, there's a certain point where like you'd rather lose the next one. Like you'd literally rather lose the next one because then you're only like 10 or 20 pulls away from pity and you got like an extra 6-star, you know, and it's like, it feels like more free. So that is a weird scenario that who knows, maybe, I don't know if they're ever going to change this, but maybe like on an anniversary or something, who knows. Somebody made this exact video why it feels bad to lose several 50-50s in a row and why it's also stupid. Interesting. Okay. Insert that clip of Fob grifting about losing 32 50-50s on the weapon gacha. I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to go easy on Fob, obviously, because he's like single-handedly funding the game from like pulling P5 weapons in the first place. But, and like pulling like max like P5 characters and stuff in the first place. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if we're talking strictly about how like it feels bad to have lost the 50-50s, then I mean, those are just like extra weapons that you wouldn't have had otherwise, right? Because like the rate up, like the 4% chance rate up for a 6-star is just so much higher than the 0.8 base chance for other games, Where like if it made you feel bad, like just go and delete those 32 extra weapons from your account and maybe you'll feel better because that's exactly like what would have happened in the other games. Like your your inventory would look the same. Just go and delete those 32 weapons. And like that's essentially what we're getting at, right? And like I understand feelings are subjective. You can't logic someone out of a feeling, I guess. But I just don't get it. Like personally, I just don't get it. Like I would have been more satisfied with like, oh, okay, those are 32 extra 6-star weapons that I have that I wouldn't have had in another pulling system. I feel like I can like internalize that logic to the point where like my feelings then take that into account. I don't think it's like that much of a leap, but didn't he also say it was still cheaper than a competitor? Yeah, Fob is cool. I think Fob is like tries his is like more fair and balanced and stuff. So like he did have like a follow up where he said something about how it's still cheaper or better. What I don't know, something about that. And but the thing is that first thing was then weaponized by like the bad faith actors, which like is not his fault. But that's why people remember that tweet, is because then it was then weaponized by the bad faith grifters to say like, oh, look how bad it is, which is like, again, not his fault. He can't control that. Even losing 50/50s in Arknight's Endfield feels good. You can get units you've skipped, and standards like Pog and Last Riot are just as good units as limited ones. Dude, I think honestly, like right now for year one, I'm satisfied with it. I think that if Arknight's Endfield does the same thing that HSR and ZZ did, where they let you customize the loss pool. So what they would do is they take like, two or three, I guess preferably three old raid ups. Let's say it's like Lavitane, Gilberta, and Yvonne. Okay. And they're like, look, you can just customize your 50/50 loss pool. So you can swap out 3 of the standards, swap those 3 in. And then you have those 3 plus the 2 standards plus the 2 previous raid ups. Dude, at that point, Endfield has the best 50/50 system out of every game, hands down. Like, I don't think I could be convinced otherwise. I think at that point, they've solidified themselves as having the best 50/50 out of every game. Because in addition to having previous, customizing the 50/50 loss pool, you have like the 2 previous raid ups. Now, like, I don't know if they will, because maybe they view having those 2 previous raid ups as like their version of making the 50/50 better instead of the loss pool. And so like, I know that like they have that. So it's not necessarily like they're being stingy like a Genshin or Wua who's like not changing anything about it. I mean, at least Genshin has the 50/50 loss protection capturing radiance, but it's still better than like not doing anything about the standards in the loss pool. But if they did, I'm just saying, if they chose to do that, I would bounce on it and do tricks on it until the end of time is all I'm saying. No mercy. He can fund the game if he wants, but I'm going to call out his stupid bullshit. I expect better if from the so-called people on my side. You might have said that before I went on the little tangent, or the little spiel about like how he went and clarified later. And then like, I think mostly the fact we have even that impression of that tweet is because it was like weaponized, which again, not in his control. So like, I respect it more. Like, if you just hadn't said anything in follow up, I would have been like, I feel like that was a misrepresentation, but I think the fact that he did follow up and say something about it is to me is good. And like, is obviously not, I'm not going to hold that against somebody. You can hide being disingenuous by saying it's just a feeling. I mean, some people can, I guess. I think you kind of know who the bad faith and good faith people are though. So like when it comes to like, I don't know if Brax says it, but I mean, when Captain Cabinet said it, or when like Fob says it, I don't think they're like bad faith grifters. So like, I wouldn't say they're like being disingenuous or they're using it to be disingenuous. I'm just saying, I don't understand. It doesn't necessarily vibe with me, the whole, like, it feels worse. In the day, everything is RNG. Like fuck the bad feelings and subjective shit and start doing maths, bro. It gets good. It'll get good eventually. Yeah. I think having 2 previous rate ups in the 50-50 loss pool already puts Enfield above the rest. ZZ also buffed all their standard SSRs. Yeah, ZZ is also buffing characters. I think HSR buffed a few of them. A couple of them. Maybe just Welt. I mean, yeah. I think ZZ buffs hit harder, though. And yeah, I think ZZ is generally doing good as well. They're not evil or anything, just wrong. All right. We're proceeding great with the react, by the way. Yo, I feel like, okay, you say that. I know that we're like, I know you said that and we're like an hour into a minute 30, but I feel like at the very least, we were on topic. So I feel like we're making progress. At the very least, we were on topic that entire time. So with that note, let's continue this.
Totally untrue. FGO exists. The gacha does feel terrible from a subjective standpoint.
See, he says subjective. Okay, he says subjective.
Comparing gacha data, Enfield's gacha system is actually slightly better than the new industry standard in terms of the odds of getting a rate-up character. The new industry standard being the Hoyoverse gacha system that every new 3D gacha bases their initial system off of, and hopefully expands upon. But with that said, the amount of pulls you can actually get in the game matters, and if Enfield has less pulls available than the competition, the system instantly becomes worse. But
okay, however, remember that not every pull is created equal. If your like maximum like pity number is lower, then like your pulls are technically like of a higher value, right? So that's why they would give less pulls. Like if you're giving like, you know, I don't know how many Enfield gave in 1.4, but let's say they gave like 70 pulls or like 80 pulls, right? Something, I think that's historically what it's been, right? Something in like the 70 to 80 range. Even if another game's giving like 110, you know, it's like pretty in this, and it's in the same vein. Like you could do 110 on a weapon, on like a normal, on like another 50-50 system. You could like get to a 50-50, lose a 50-50, do the rest of your pulls and not get the limited character. You could like, you know, also get to a 50-50 in Enfield, not get the character, lose a 50-50, not get the character, and still need like 40 more pulls or whatever, 50 more pulls. But you know, also you shouldn't really be pulling if you're on 120 anyway, so. Oh yeah, this is a React stream? Mods, the next chatter to give me attitude, take him out. Mods? Take him out. Forgot we were reacting to anything. Has Wood done buffs? No. They have their like end state matrix game mode where characters are apparently buffed in there. I've heard various reports that like the buffs aren't that impactful anyway, but they're not like permanent across the entire game. But I mean, at least in one game mode, like at least in one of their game modes, they have some buffs. It's better than nothing, right? Right? Character release cadence influences pull economy. Like HSR drops two new characters every 6 weeks. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah.
Realistically, what matters more is the fact that Enfield's got.
It's just weird on paper, and doing the math is one of the best, no doubt, but playing it feels like the opposite. One of the worst, in fact, from the ones you play, at least, and you generally don't understand why. It should feel better. The math checks out, but it just isn't. Like, how can it be so good on paper but feel terrible in practice? Is this like if you're pulling without having 120? Is that why people say it feels terrible? Like, how often are you pulling without having 120? Like, are you going in thinking that you're built differently and that you're going to be him and you're going to be the, you know, I'm going to gamble and I'm going to win? and then you go in and then you lose and then you get like 80 of your pulls Thanos snapped into the ether? Is that what's happening? Make it feel bad? Yeah, account for weapon pulls and Hoyo Wuthering Waves gotcha. Yeah, exactly. So like there's no like need to give extra currency for weapon pulls either. Because you put all of those pulls into characters and then that's converted into like stuff you can pull on the weapon. So that's true too. Yep. For low spenders, 1.4 has 150 pulls in total. Is that real news? 150? I guess it's like their half anniversary, right? So they gave a bunch of free stuff. Maybe that's true if they were like doing a half anniversary thing. And at low spender would be monthly pass, battle pass. Is that the criteria? You think that's genuinely what's happening? The pulling without 120? That might be it. That might be it. Yeah, it would feel, obviously it'd feel bad if you're pulling without 120. Like it would feel the worst, but that's also kind of like, you kind of know the rule, like you should know the rules at this point. And I know, dude, like, I know it feels bad. Like I feel bad for the people that do get their pulls Thanos snapped. And I understand that that's part of like gotcha FOMO, which is like, you know, the company, you know, like the company like wants you to kind of want the character so bad that you feel like, oh, I got to try for it. And I have 80 pulls, like, oh, I have a whole 80 pulls. I must get it in 80. And you don't really understand. You can't really conceptualize the fact that like the, you know, but like far and away, the most likely scenario is that you go to like 70 something pulls and then it's a 50-50. You either win or you get those pulls Thanos snapped. Right. And like, I feel bad for the people, yeah, who like, it's a gotcha FOMO. It sucks. It's obviously manipulative. That's true of like every single gotcha game, right? And that sucks. And then they feel like they have to spend, I don't know. But dude, I don't know. I feel like we know the rules at this point. They pull every banner and probably blame the expired pulls that they have to pull on every banner from what you saw. It sucks, but you kind of got to hold it. Yeah. Pulls you can save on 1.4 as a low spender is around 120 to 130. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot for sure. That's gambling for you. Yeah, yeah, that's gambling. And you know, I think people coming from the, you know, the pity carryover system, their gambling was like encouraged because they always thought like, okay, like I have like 80 pulls. There's a, you know, I'm on a 50-50. I'm gonna pull for this character. And if I win the 50-50, I get them. If not, then it's pity for the next one, you know? And they would just say that. And then, yeah, true. Like they would just get another 80 pulls and they just pull the next character they want in 80 rather than having a 50-50. But I mean, obviously there's also FOMO used like in those practices where like they kind of want you to use your pulls. And then at the same time, they'll use mechanisms like 6 stars requiring teammate, or, you know, 5 stars requiring all their teammates, requiring signature weapons to function properly. So that way, like, even if you were to like, you know, lose a 50-50 on a previous banner, and then you get to the new character and you're like, oh, I want this character, you pull them, and then you're like, oh, like, because I'm pulling irresponsibly, because I'm just pulling every time I have 160, and I'm not planning around like team building and stuff, now I have this character and they don't work. So now I either need like their weapon, or I need this other character that's on rate up, or I need the next character who I can't get because I'm like broke all the time, like perpetually broke. So, you know, there's all sorts of like mechanisms here that are like, because then that person's like, oh, you know, I better just spend. Oh, like, you know, then the next character comes on banner, they don't have enough because they're always broke. And they're like, well, I need this character if I want the last character I pulled to work. So like, there's all sorts of mechanisms like that. You know, it's like you have to fight against all of that stuff when you're like trying to pull, so you're not sitting there shilling out hundreds of dollars. Building pity is reckless and super risky. You would never do that in games that let you do this. Well, yeah, because even in HSR, for example, like, you know, in HSR, I'm always thinking about how future characters will work in teams and in the characters and teams that I have. And like, I don't want to pull a character that I can't use, or like pulling a character that would require me to pull like 2 or 3 other characters that I don't want, you know? And like maybe sometimes people do that, and like, you know, that's everyone can do, you know, if it just makes you happy having that character on your account, like it's just fun pulling, you're just like gambling, then yeah, that's fine if that's how you enjoy it. But like I've been in those situations where it's like, oh my God, like I'm fucking broke, I need this character, or else like these other characters are useless because they've power crept these characters, and then they've like, you know, instead of like buffing those characters or like, you know, maybe nerfing HP inflation, they just released a new 5-star that like buffs all those characters and lets you use them again. So, oh, I need this character or else all that shit's useless. And but then you're broke. Yeah, so like
should feels bad. Since the guaranteed pity is at 120 and you can lose 50/50s multiple times on the way there, they've created a system that feels genuinely terrible to players who are used to
I think this is a fair statement because he's saying, yeah,
having a failsafe after losing their 50.
Like he's saying what we just said. As he's saying what we just said. Like if you're used to just building pity as a failsafe, then if you're doing this, it's gonna feel bad, I guess. Like if you're essentially not playing by the rules. Pulling with less than 120 and then complaining about losing is like driving with 130 kilometers per hour in a 60 kilometer per hour zone and then acting surprised and pissed when the cops stop you. From your experience in original Arknights, the game is not necessarily optimizing player engagement towards a specific pulling strategy. Rather, they give benefits to all tiers separately. Building pity in every gacha game is stupid behavior. I mean, I think, you know, I think Pixel Tree had a video on this that changed my perspective on this a lot. Because I thought it was really informative. It's an older video from like, I think before Endfield even came out, but it was essentially, you can go watch it if you're interested, but it's like, it's basically saying, you know, how pity is like actually a trap in and of itself. And like building pity is like a trap that people don't realize. And yeah, I think if you take into account the fact that, like this like, it, you know, it affects how they design characters. And that also builds into the DPS check timer swap endgame stuff where, you know, I just really like the way that Endfield is designing their characters right now. And yes, okay, sometimes this changes in like year 2, year 3, but I'm going to praise it now in the hopes that they continue doing this forever. And apparently they've done this in Arknights for, 6-7 years at this point. So hopefully the company philosophy maintains this way, but designing characters in such a way where they don't feel like you're playing a character at like 50% if you don't have like their proper teammates. Like, cause that also, like, if you're just building pity all the time, then you're basically going to have this like random collection of characters that like don't really work together. And like, even if you're just like, you know, oh, but my pity was saved. I mean, you might have, because you didn't plan properly and because you impulse pulled, that character that you like missed before might have been required to make like these other characters you have actually work. And now you can't make them work because you were like relying on building pity. And again, maybe people like can and still enjoy the game that way, but like I cannot enjoy those games that way. Like if I pull that way in HSR, I would be genuinely miserable all the time. Like I would genuinely hate the gameplay experience. So like maybe some people can, but I think that's what the companies are kind of going for. And they know like they're doing it on purpose, right? Enfield's visible, straightforward, and direct guarantee of a character just feels better than the mental maths of doubling the pity rate. Yeah, there's something about, you know, just knowing that if you have 120, you're going to get it. I guess if you have like 150 in another game, you know you're going to get it as well. But yeah. To me, dude, so much of it is also based on like how characters are designed and how kits are designed. And yeah, I just feel like that's such an unavoidable aspect. You aren't punished for it as much in other games, so I don't blame people. Like, you're not punished in the sense that your pulls get Thanos snapped, but I think you are punished in like the effectiveness of your characters and like how you can actually engage with the gameplay. Like, I think you are punished to some degree. Not in the sense that your pulls are Thanos snapped. I think it is sad if somebody gets their pulls Thanos snapped, even if you could say like you should have known, like in the way that if somebody has like a gambling problem and they go into a casino and they lose like a lot of money, like, yeah, you can kind of be vindictive and say like, oh, you should have known better. Like, this is, you know, you were going into a fucking casino. What did you expect? You know, oh, you lost 15K in 30 minutes. Like, what did you expect, loser? But I don't know. I think you can have empathy for the fact that like maybe those people are also being taken advantage of by like larger entities that have like way more resources and way more better understanding of psychology due to like all of these freaking psychologists, like teams of psychologists they hire to understand all this. And that's more so than even like the common person understands their own psychology. And I mean, in cases of like casino gambling addiction is like a real like problem. It's like a, you know, you should have empathy, I guess, for those people. But, you know, like, I think everyone should just do their best to understand the rules. And like, it sucks if you have to bite that bullet and skip a character you really want if you don't have 120. But it's like much better to do that and then try and get that character on a rerun than to like pull 80 times thinking that you're going to be different and win, and then you lose. And now it's like you can't get the next two characters because now you've set back your 120 pity all the way back to 0. So the Pixel video turned you into a pity hater. In that regard, it's a little counterintuitive of Endfield to reward you halfway at 30 and 60, but that is literally free compared to just building pity. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Building pity is a thinly veiled excuse for a latent gambling addiction. Removal of an incentive for it is definitively better choice. Wasn't always the case, though, that you needed specific characters to make others work. For example, for a long time, Genshin had genuinely strong four stars. I think Genshin still has strong 4 stars. Like, I remember in Nodcry, like Nodcry had really good 4 stars. So you had Ino for your Hydro lunar reactions, and then you had what was his name? The one who worked with Zabai. The guy who worked with Zabai, he was a good, like, that's how I end up using my characters, is I would use like Zabai plus that Geo 4 star, and I would be pretty satisfied with their performance. So I think what's her name? Nefer really wanted Lauma. So like that was an instance of that, you know, but yeah, even, okay, but yeah, I understand what you're saying about Genshin though. Like back in the day of like Bennett, Xingqiu, Zhangling, Fischl, like these 4 stars were like fucking hot. Like they were like hot shit, you know? So I understand that as well. Like, if you ask me, I think the worst perpetrators of this are probably Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves. And I mean, for one, they don't even release 4 stars anymore. And when they did, they were like shit. I guess shout out to my boy, my man Gallagher out there. Shout out to Gallagher. But, you know, for the most part, they were bad. And like nowadays, they've completely given up on that. And they just know, we're just gonna shill every team like full of full premium units, right? Iluga, yeah. Oh, is Chi-Chi meta now? Did she get buffed for stellar reactions? That's cool. I think that in my Silver Palace video, I dogged on Genshin a little bit. Really, I dogged on Genshin because I think Genshin's the only game where you can like use it as a negative example without people trying to come and crucify you. If I did that for insert unnamed game here, people would just like lose their fucking minds. But with Genshin, you can actually like, in good faith, try and use it as an example. So like, I kind of respect Genshin for that, for being able to take those. And I think even Genshin does a better job in terms of its like 4 stars, and like they are buffing some characters as well. I think honestly, I think Night Soul and Lunar Reactions was probably a step in the wrong direction, but I feel like it's a little better. It's better than what I think other games do. So
50, which again, having
all right, back on track.
that failsafe has been an industry standard for over 5 years now. Pulling on other 3D gachas versus Enfields after saving up pulls is like if you just ran a mile and are looking for a nice glass of water. You're offered 2 glasses of water. One of them is normal, regular old water, and the other one has been infused with charcoal powder. Despite the charcoal water having antioxidants and technically being better for you than the regular water, it's going to feel awful to drink, and you're probably going to choose the regular water. It's simple, it's cozy, it's not over convoluted, it's easy and refreshing. It feels nice to drink regular water because it's simple and it's what you're used to. That, and it's what we need to live, but we're kind of ignoring that with this analogy.
We're drinking too much water.
Drinking the charcoal water means that on the way down, you have to deal with the potential grittiness from the powder. And
do you think this entire analogy was made to fit this meme in? Question mark. I'd be interested to know the creative process on this one, because this is an extensive water analogy.
Much water.
Drinking the charcoal water means that on the way down, you have to deal with the potential grittiness from the powder and off taste, and, well, you get what I mean. Nobody wants to drink water that looks like venom anyways. But despite the perceived problems with Enfield's gacha system and the fact that it does genuinely just feel bad to lose multiple 50/50s, how the game is perceived isn't as much of an issue as you might think.
This analogy sucks. I think the analogy works. Do you mean like the point that's being made you don't agree with? Dude, I think this point...
ran a mile and are looking for a nice gachas versus Enfields after saving up pulls is like if you just ran a mile and are looking...
I think if the point is about pulling on the guy, again, like, I'm not... Brax is like not a hater. I'm not like sitting here like, this isn't like combative against Brox. I just think it's interesting to discuss this point, right? But like, I feel that, again, this is my experience playing the games, okay, is that in terms of like pulling from after saving pulls, that it might feel worse pulling on Enfields. I mean, like, I think at the end of the day, you have that like 120 pity that you need to have, right? So again, if you're pulling without having 120, then yeah, that's going to be bad, obviously. I think if that's what's being said, but like if you're like, so if I have so say in like Genshin I need 160 about, you're just mad you didn't think of it first? Okay, no, I'm not mad that I didn't think of it first. I think if in Genshin you're pulling with 160, and if I have 120 and I'm pulling an Enfield, like I feel like my pulling experience is largely the same. And like, if I have to use my full 120 and if I have to use my full 160, like that's going to feel like ass. Yes. Cause worst case scenario always feels like ass. But I guess what has to be being said is that if you're pulling without like having the maximum amount, that you need to guarantee the character. I feel like that has to be the point that's being made, right? Not just like in general, like if you have enough pulls to guarantee. Concept that you could get 3 new limited characters all from one banner, including non-raid up units, makes this trade worth it. I mean, yeah, like it is. You'd be in a statistical anomaly if you were getting like, multiple 50/50s before your 120, and then if those 50/50s went to like the previous limiteds, yeah, that'd be like extremely rare. I mean, I have lost some 50/50s to raid ups before, and like it's obviously a much better feeling than losing to like a Li Fong or something. And, Li Fong's good. Like the standards in Enfield are good. If you stripped away all of Enfield's design and graphics, nobody would play it. Wait, so if you bought a house, but then you just stripped out all of like the plumbing and like the water pipes and the gas pipes and the electrical grid and the furniture and the tiles and the air conditioning and the insulation, and you stripped away the paint, and then you stripped away the roof, and then you stripped away the doors and the windows, and then you stripped away the would you wouldn't want to live in that house? Is that what we're saying? Okay, fair, based. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, based, I think. Base take. I wouldn't want to live in that house either. Biggest improvement in Enfield Gacha is the weapon banner, since it literally costs no pool currency. To me as a light spender, I just think I like how like getting signature weapon pulls or weapon banner pulls are like built into the pulling for characters. I hate the feeling. Like, I think in Zenless Zone Zero, for the most part, I skip signature weapons and I'm fine. Like, every now and then I'm weak though, because they also will do this thing, right? Where, you know, they'll have like Nongguang, who's a anomaly stunner. And I really wanted Nongguang because I thought anomaly stunning would be like a super fun playstyle. And it is, like, I enjoy it. And I enjoy playing her. I think she's fun to play. But then, you know, if you look at, you know, she's a stunner, but she's for anomaly teams, right? She does anomaly damage. So there's no like stun weapons that fit her, like her stats that she needs. And she really needed anomaly mastery, which is an anomaly stat, which you're not going to find on stun weapons. So like, you really want to get her signature weapon to give her like otherwise you're using weapons that like are fucking worthless. So, you know, like there are instances like that, but I hate pulling for those weapons because I know like that's a character I could have gotten, right? Whether it be a 50-50 or like a 50-50 loss plus a guarantee, like it could have gone, like those 70 something pulls could have gone towards a character. And that I hate doing that, but guess what? If you stripped away the Souls combat system and storytelling from Souls games, nobody would like Souls games either. Yeah. Sorry, is that a hot take, guys?
For a nice glass of water. You're offered 2 glasses of water. One of them is normal, regular old water, and the other one has been infused with charcoal powder. Despite the charcoal water having antioxidants and technically being better for you than the regular water, it's going to feel awful to
just tune into an hour-and-a-half stream. We're 3 minutes deep into video.
Drink, and you're probably gonna choose the regular water. It's simple, it's cozy, it's not over convoluted, it's easy and refreshing. It feels nice to drink regular water because it's simple and it's what you're used to. That, and it's what we need to live, but we're kind of ignoring that with this analogy.
We're drinking too much water.
Drinking the charcoal water means that on the way down, you have to deal with the potential grittiness from the powder and off taste, and, well, you get what I mean. Nobody wants to drink water that looks like venom anyways. But despite the perceived problems with Enfield's gacha system and the fact that it does genuinely just feel bad to lose multiple 50-50s, how the game is perceived isn't as much of an issue as you might think. After all, if Enfield is a punching bag for the gacha community, Genshin Impact is a punching bag for all gamers everywhere. And despite that, the game is doing exceedingly well.
Kind of true to me. I literally just said, you're actually allowed to criticize Genshin Online without getting crucified. I like the weapons is just designed for more profits. Or you feel like the weapon is just designed for more profits. Most dolphins spend more on weapons and characters. Yeah, I feel like this perspective that I keep bringing up about like the kind of light spender, like your monthly pass plus BP spender, like this is something that came up with the Fob Master video, like Fob React to Gotcha Smack, which is that, you know, he very frequently will spend like thousands of dollars on one character, or like he spent $1,200 on Agnes Tachyon, which that was for two copies, or like base plus 1 copy, right? So for 2 characters. But at the same time, like I just feel like if you're willing to spend that much, you know, your view on how certain these like minutia kind of like very nuanced things about the gotcha system that change how you interact with it, like are kind of lost on those people because like they're spending hundreds of dollars every time a character pops up, like a new character pops up anyway. Like for them, it's just like very natural, just swipe for the weapon and the character. So I just feel like those like minutia are kind of lost sometimes. Is this a Brax video? Yeah, it's Endfield respects your time and now it's in trouble. Oh, by the way, I was gonna say this before we started, but so the when I watched this video like 15 minutes after it came out, and the title and the thumbnail were literally like the polar opposite of what it is now. Like there was some A/B testing going on. So when the video that I clicked on, which must have been, wait, am I not subscribed to Brax? Wait, that's insane. I could have sworn that I was. Anyway, like the video that I clicked on was like the most, you know, you would think that Enfield had just contracted rabies and it was getting like old Yellard in the back. Like that shit was getting double tapped to the head, put down. You would think from the the thumbnail and the title that I clicked on. There must have been some A/B testing at play here because now it's like way more, you know, like balanced or whatever. Which I mean, I'm not saying it's like a bad thing or whatever. Like, packaging is just like you get people to click on the video and then obviously the contents are different. But I'm just saying I think it's funny because you would actually think that shit was like if you saw House of the Dragon, you remember Viserys in season 1? Guy had freaking leprosy. His like fucking body was rotting off. His like flesh was rotting off of his body. I mean, you would think that was Enfield, but anyway.
Honkai Star Rail is in a similar boat. Anywhere you look on social media, there's likely some sort of hate campaign, but the game is still doing really well. I wish I could make $40 million on a bad month.
Never played HSR, but the ZZ devs, the ZZ devs have no real vision though? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. If you look at the extraction mode, I feel like that's emblematic of vision.
Ultimately, a gacha system.
I'm about to get one guide. Oh yeah, there is nothing. Yeah, that was the thumbnail said like there is nothing, and then the title was something else. I don't remember. The thumbnail said nothing to do ? Yeah, yeah, it was something like that. No wounds? Wait.
Considered to look on social media, the gacha community, Genshin Impact is a punching bag for all gamers everywhere. And despite that, the game is doing exceedingly well. Honkai Star Rail is in a similar boat. Anywhere you look on social media, there's likely some sort of hate campaign, but the game is still doing really well. I wish I could make $40 million on a bad month. Ultimately, a gacha system that's widely considered to be bad will stop some people from trying the game, but it won't kill the game entirely.
Guys, this is what I was saying earlier. This is what I was saying earlier when I was talking about no wounds. It's a light effect. Wait, what are you talking about? Why is everyone saying no wounds? What does that mean? Oh wait, are they reacting to something someone else said? Oh, this message. It can't be that hard. Enfield just feels more lack of stakes. Arknights is very grim. Like Neferth coming back with seemingly no wounds was very disappointing. She had like a massive fucking gaping hole across her chest. Oh yeah, no, that was funny. Yeah. You think she just seemed pretty fine? I don't know. I guess I'm about to get one guide. I'm sorry, but we've had the no stakes talk before. It's I don't want to be mean when I say this, okay? Maybe I should say it in a different way, forehead, but I just feel like this whole thing about no stakes is kind of like I'm just gonna say it. It's like a juvenile way of looking at storytelling. And I don't mean that. Again, that's probably offensive, and I'm sorry, but it's just that like understanding of stakes. There's so much more to stakes than if a character is like living or dying or is like injured. There's so much more. There's like, there's something, dude, I talked about this in one of my videos, I think in the video where I talked about Dune and Enfield, but there's something that Tolkien, I think, talked about, which is that there's often like there's like an emotional journey and a physical journey. So there's like physical conflict and emotional conflict. And in the storytelling, emotional conflict is called the primary conflict and physical conflict is called the secondary conflict. So like the most important conflicts are like the thematic conflicts and like the moral ones and the ones about like the emotional journeys of the character and like their growth and character arcs, not just like, does a character live or die? Anyway, I'm getting one guide. She's literally a donut. There's like, the thing is, the reason I'm even captured by Enfield storytelling is because I feel like they're, as someone that really likes like George R. R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire and, Lord of the Rings and stuff like The Witcher and like just fantasy in general, it just speaks to like that like fantasy, like all of the sorts of like themes that you see in fantasy. It speaks to that way. Like I just get that a lot more than sometimes I've gotten it in other things. I'm sure it's there in other games, but it just like, for some reason, just speaks to me. And I think it's just so much more like at the forefront of the story that the writers are trying to tell. And like that stuff is just so incredibly important. Like it's so much more important, like you look at the state of the world or whatever, like how people act in the world. And you'd think that like people understand these things about like morality and like doing the right thing or heroism or whatever it may be, but people don't understand that. Okay. Just look at the state of the world. People do not understand any of that. And it's just so important. It's so incredibly important and meaningful. And it's so much more like meaningful than just like, there's no stakes because like character didn't die. So like story has no meaning. It's depressing. It's depressing to look at stories that way. Anyway, that was a one guy tangent.
Entirely. The only thing that will kill a game is whether or not the game itself is actually fun to play. It's also the same reason boycotts on games don't really work. For every one person on social media who says a decision is bad and quits to boycott a game, there's
Game of Thrones mentioned, yeah. Everyone is getting murdered in the very first chapter of Arknights. The sky is falling on people. It shows how grim the time is and what the threat is. I'm just saying, you just liked it more. I think that if like I played the beginning of Arknights and the storytelling's more grim. I think they also delve into like these, like all of those themes that I say are common to fantasy. I think they also delve into those. I think if your takeaway was like the sky's falling on people, people are being murdered, there's like mass death, there's like a mass casualty event, and that's stakes. Like if that was your takeaway from that, again, not the deepest reading of the text. I'm sorry, like not the deepest reading of the text. Yeah, that stuff is happening. Yeah, you can say that like that creates feelings of tension and conflict, but there's also emotional conflicts going on. And if your reading of the text is like, I need there to be like mass casualty events like happening like all the time. First of all, that literally did happen in Enfield with the Wuling North Exclusion Zone. Just because you didn't like see it on the screen, just because you didn't see someone getting fucking murdered before your eyes, doesn't mean that there's not like immense tragedy. And that emotion definitely came through in 1.4 with Arcane. So like you're kind of just missing that, I think. But not the deepest reading of the text.
There's 9 other people who don't like the decision who keep playing the game anyways because it's fun. And then there's also like 100 people who don't even know that there's a boycott happening or that people are even upset to begin with. So then that begs the question, what is happening with Enfield? Well, to understand Enfield's faults, we first have to understand
I wonder if this thing about the boycott, I mean, that's kind of what we talked about with the whole activism thing. Yeah, I mean, it's not effective, but dude, again, I think everybody knows it's not effective, which is also why I did not interpret. I'm gonna be like bringing this up so much, but the reason I didn't interpret Gotcha Smack as saying that, as like calling for like a boycott or activist movement, is because I think like he knows and pretty much everyone knows that kind of stuff doesn't really work. So like that's also why I didn't interpret that way, because I feel like, you know, I think we're all operating on the assumption that doesn't work. So like that's why I didn't interpret that way either. Anyway.
So first off, the character designs are all incredibly well done. Arknights as
True.
an IP has
True and based. Keep spitting, my king.
some of the best character designs in all of Gacha.
Spit your shit
and it reflects
indeed.
well in
Keep
Enfield's
cooking.
designs
Cook
as well.
more.
Many of the characters in it
Talks
are
over you?
absolutely beautiful,
Sorry.
and players definitely want them. It's me. I'm players. I also think I might be in the minority opinion here, but I actually think Enfield's combat is fun. It's definitely
Stakes mean you feel the characters are in actual danger? Wrong. 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 That's like if you've only watched Game of Thrones, then maybe that's how you feel. Even Game of Thrones has all these themes going on in the background that like the fucking normies did not understand. Like House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones has all these like themes going on and like things going on in the background, but most people just kind of view it as like epic battle, characters dying, stakes. Oh my gosh. Like, sorry, again, surface level reading of the work. I'm sorry. Does that sound elitist? Is this elitist Volpez emerging? Like, I just surface level, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you gotta read. You gotta look deeper than that. You gotta look deeper than that. Do I go on this tangent right now? Have people seen House of the Dragon? Will it make sense if I use an example from House of the Dragon? Out of nowhere, he said. Yeah. Game of Thrones, Battle of Winterfell, when main characters are shown in about to die situations like 10 times each. I can't. Well, that was because the writers knew that like they were just producing slop. There was just a slop factory, and like all people really cared about was are my main characters dying or not? Or that's how the writers were viewing it. But like there was plenty of people that cared about more than that. But yeah, you literally find a sword with arcane and find out the explosion wasn't a random occurrence. Yeah, there's like literally from the very beginning, the conversation with Ardashir, there's all those conversations about the. First of all, you start getting those like pulses of the Endman gets those pulses on his bracelet. Bro, we're going on fucking tangents now. This is great. Okay. Like he gets those pulses on his bracelet, right? That signal that something's going on with like the protocol Originium. And then from the very beginning with Ardashir, they're talking about like the Foundation and they're talking about like the exiles. And then you're thinking like, who are the exiles? And then like Perlica says something about like, I think, did Perlica say, I think that either they defeated the Foundation or like were they banished to the ether side at that point early on in the story, something like that, right? But eventually you find out they're like banished to the ether side. I don't know if that was after Electrios, but yeah, but there's so much fucking like so much. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, we're getting one guide, guys. Chat, we're getting literally all of us collectively are getting one guide.
really hard to optimize because so
Let me go
much
back. Let's
commands
get back on
definitely
track
want
here. Let's get back on track here.
them designs as well. Many of the characters in it are absolutely beautiful and players definitely want them. It's me. I'm players. I also think I might be in the minority opinion here, but I actually think Enfield's combat is fun. It's definitely hard to optimize.
No, you're not. Don't talk down on yourself, King. You're not in the minority. You're in the majority, and that is a fact. That is a factual statement. Okay. You are in the majority. Welcome to the majority. Okay, Perlica said that. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. Oh, stay strong, bro. Don't get one guide. Streamer guy, don't get one guide. Streamer guy, please do not get one guide again. Please, streamer guy. Mr. Streamer, please don't get one guide again. You know what? I'm going to take my glasses off and just not read chat for the next 30, 45 seconds. And we're just going to get back on track. Okay. Sound good? What were we even talking about? My freaking short-term memory just got completely erased. What was the what did Brax just say?
The minority, and players definitely want them. It's me. I'm players. I also think I might be in the minority opinion here, but I actually think Enfield's combat is fun. It's definitely hard to optimize because so much of your best damaging rotation is directly related to how many dodge.
Okay. Okay, I don't think yeah, again, I don't think this is a minority opinion. Also, this goes back to, for some reason, people shitting on Enfield's combat when, like, again, it was like the first one who said we're not gonna do swap slop. You know, like one character you control and then you just swap them. And there's like, it's like resource management rather than like timer based cooldowns and stuff like that. So you know what you need to do? God, my eye is twitching right now. I'm literally, are we shitting on Enfield combat right now? No, I mean, Brock said he liked it. I think I don't know. I feel like this is another sort of like slander propaganda thing that just through sheer repetition, somehow the Overton window shifted and people say that like Enfield's combat is not fun. Like it's genuinely very fun. And it's like unique too, by the way. Very unique. It's not swap swap. They actually like went for this, RPG type thing where you have your full team out on the field. You can see them. They're all attacking. It's very easy to like trigger multiple abilities at the same time. So multiple characters are like casting abilities at the same time. It's about time to drop this. Actually, it's not that bad attitude and just say how it is. The naysayers will have to accept it eventually. Yeah, true. Guys, my eye is fucking twitching. Can you believe it? My left eye is literally twitching right now. Like it's it's okay. I'm still gonna play the game and ask for better. Still will put out your opinions. That's fine, bro. You should put out your opinions. You should. No, like it's fun to discuss. Maybe it sounds like, again, every time you do this and come in here, maybe it feels like you're getting dogpiled, and I don't want it to feel like that. So I'm sorry if it feels like that, but it's fun to discuss. So my fucking eye, bro. Okay, I just have to say this. I'm sorry. Okay, I know I said I wasn't, but let's just do this one last time, like for the good old days, aka 45 minutes ago. But like, let's for the good old days, let's just read this last one. Okay, we said that Tallulah and Arknights is a great example, since everyone just seems to be scared of this person that just melts away her surroundings, and we're using that as an example of stakes, like stakes. I'm just going to say, again, bro, I just think that's pretty surface level. Like if the only like way you can feel like scared of a character or feel stakes is if you see them like basically like, doing a mass casualty event or like murdering some people, or, like there's, rather than just like the fact that she's melting stuff around her, maybe there's stakes in like the differing ideologies between the two factions. Like to me, I think like the stakes that I picked up on very early on in Arknights is not just that like these people are out here killing people. Like yes, that's part of like the grim, dark, realistic, whatever part of Arknights. But it's also like the competing ideologies of these factions, and obviously you want the faction with like the more morally correct ideology, aka Rhodes Island, to like triumph over the one that has the less the morally like incorrect ideology. But also like it's interesting because like they're it's gray, so like they kind of play against each other, and you're kind of hoping that maybe like the Rhodes Island people like Amiya will grow in the face of this and not like be like totally surrendering on their beliefs or like giving up on their beliefs, but rather like taking these experiences and kind of incorporating it into how they view the world and like their goals and their like faction ideology and all that stuff. And that's emotional conflict, right? It's not like, oh, but the bad guy was like doing a mass casualty event and fucking killed a bunch of people. Yes. Like, sorry, that's just not like that can add interesting like dynamics to the story. I just think there's more than that, Anyway, can we get back on track? I think we did it. I think we did it. I think we did it. I understand if you find that entertaining. Again, different kinds of storytelling will appeal to different people. Some people prefer like the Lord of the Rings. Some people prefer Game of Thrones from their like fantasy. Many people like both and can see the appeal of both, but maybe some people like can't get into Lord of the Rings. I don't know. I think if you can't get into Lord of the Rings, I mean, anyway. Someone just texted me and asked if I was okay.
Just you get hard to opt in the minority opinion here, but I actually think Enfield's
Hey, at the end of the day, I appreciate you bringing up your perspective because, hey, I can understand that, you know, maybe you just really like it just helps you feel more invested in the story if you're seeing stuff like that. I think that, you know, I really love storytelling in general. I love different interpretations of stories. I love really looking at a story and trying to figure out like what's going on there. What are the writers trying to say? What's the goal of this? Like, you know, I really love that. And I can see the appeal of like both kind of styles and like both kind of like approaches to how they're presenting things. So did I break my glasses? No, okay, it's fine. This felt like loose. So you know, I get it, but also I think like when I was looking at Arknights, what really captured me was not that, you know, these people feel threatening and feel like a threat to my characters, and I'm afraid like characters may die. That's really not what, you know, people say for Game of Thrones, that's what like compels them, but that's not what compels me about it. Like what compels me is that, you know, you're looking at like the beliefs these characters have, and there's characters that have like, you know, better sort of like moral foundations, or they're going through growth that is like pushing them towards a better, you know, sort of like sense of morality and ideology and philosophy. And you like want to see those characters grow, or you want to see characters do the right things. And it's like tragic when they make the wrong choices, and it's victorious when they make the right choices. And like when characters that are making the right choices fail, sometimes that's like extremely tragic. But like also the storytelling is not telling you that they were wrong. It's like a, you know, a lot of ways they're telling you that like, even if they failed, they did the right thing, and there's still like, you know, victory in that. Anyway, there's just more to it than just like, am I scared these characters are going to die? Or like this faction seems threatening, you know? There's a lot more to it than that can be compelling to somebody. Anyway.
combat is fun. Its in it are absolutely beautiful, and players definitely want that.
Okay, we're watching this segment for like the fifth time. 50-50, we'll get through this. 50-50, we'll get through this.
It's me. I'm players. I also think I might be in the minority opinion here, but I actually think Enfield's combat is fun. It's definitely hard to optimize because so much of your best damaging rotation is directly related to how many dodges you get and when enemies.
Now I'm caught up. It's never a Volp stream if he's not getting one guide, laughing emoji or crying emoji. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of in agreement with a lot of you guys in chat.
Are defeated, but overall I think it's a really fresh take on gacha combat, and I like it. In my opinion, at least.
See, yes, Brax likes it. Yes. My opinion has arrived. It's good. We can say it's good.
Also think that the world design of Endfield is very well done, and stands out exceedingly well in a sea of gacha games that are all trying to copy Genshin Impact. Never mind the music being phenomenal, but the idea that you can industrialize the world and make farming for characters and upgrades easier if you put in the time is a great idea for a game where you're going to be doing the same thing over and over. Arknights Endfield follows in the footsteps of OG Arknights and makes everything very easy to automate, so that if you put in the—
Guys, are we past the point now where people are still trying to call Endfield a Genshin clone? I think it differentiates itself in way too many ways to be called a Genshin clone. Like, if you think just because it's like an anime open world, like anime styled open world game, I mean, then like there's like a million games like that. I think it differentiates itself in all of like the core fundamental ways that I think it can know. I think calling it a Genshin clone is just like objectively false. I will make that claim. I will make an objective claim. Limbus Company, guys. Limbus Company is downloaded on my computer, by the way. So we might do a Limbus. We might try Limbus sometime if the story, because I'm really drawn to it because people keep saying the story is good, and I really love good storytelling. So we might do like a Limbus playthrough sometime. It is downloaded on my PC, so it's ready to go. Brax bouncing on it, the game is saved. I sort of silly comment in chat. Sort of silly comment. And I'm not going to read it because I would lose brain cells, but that was funny. Good job. Made me LOL. Genshin like. It's almost like they're two different games. You play OG Arknights? No, no. I'm reading the story on a story reader though. Oh, dude, yeah. I just think if we look at the core pillars, I would say it's RNG gear, DPS check, timer swap endgame, and wait, what's the other one? It's just those two. I feel like those are the two that like they dominate like how you like approach the game, right? Like how you play the game. I feel like without those two, you kind of are designing a fundamentally different experience. And like it sounds crazy because that's two things, but that's like those are like very big things. And like those things, you know, they influence like so much of the other parts of the game design that go into the game. Limbus is good. It's Dante Inferno adaptation with multiple fanfics from multiple classic books. Okay, cool. Cool.
Time to play the game and set up your automation, you no longer have to play the game. And this is where I think Endfield falls flat. Because unlike other gacha games, Arknight's Endfield respects your time too much.
Arknights.
Okay, so now that we've let that sink in, let's talk about it. When you grind a character in Genshin Impact, you have to go around the open world to collect Ascension materials. It'll take you like 10 minutes to get everything if you're fast. Same deal in Wuthering Waves. Well, in Endfield, that's become hyper-optimized. Now it only takes you 5 minutes or less to get everything because you have zipline set up everywhere, and you can also grow the Ascension materials in your ship while you're offline. When you want to gear a character in Genshin, you have to grind out artifact domains. This can take days, weeks.
Okay, so he's mentioning the gear. He's mentioning the gear. I think the automation is the other thing. Like the whole part about industrializing the world. I think it's really interesting, the idea of like industrializing like the grindier parts that you'd find in other games. Like when it comes to like if you're doing like your what's it called? Like your essence farming that you just spend your energy on it, maybe daily, so you have some fodder. The idea that you can just like, basically, it's like HSR auto combat, except you have to put in the work to like put down your turrets and stuff. So it's kind of like a progression thing. Yeah, like, I don't know, dude. Like even in other games, if you're going to do a domain, you'll do a domain like what 2 or 3 times, and even then, like it's what it's asking for you, like minimum daily is like super low. So I don't know. My lobster is too buttery. Hold on, let him cook because I did pre-watch this caught, but it does feed into something that's pretty interesting. So let him cook on this for a sec. He's not saying that it's a bad thing. He's not saying it's a bad thing. I hate it when my time is being respected. Yeah, he's not saying it's a bad thing.
Or even months to finish. I remember when a certain Geo set came out, I spent 4 weeks doing max refreshes on resin and spent 100 fragile resin on it, and I didn't even finish one usable set of it. Honkai Star Rail is the same, Wuthering Waves is similar, but it's much easier to get gear since you can technically farm.
That RNG gear grind is abysmal. I guess you can make the argument you don't need like perfect gear, but right? Even going for like the correct set with maybe like 3 substats, like rolling into the correct, like good substats 3 times.
Infinitely for the right main stats on your gear, with overworld dropping echoes even in co-op. But it can still take weeks at a time to get a good set. Now take Endfield. To gear your character, you need 2 things: actual gear and...
Also, not to nitpick, but in Wuthering Waves, I think you're limited more by XP and tuners than you are by like actually getting the echoes. Just saying. I don't think it takes like, I don't even know if it takes like less time than Genshin and HSR and other games. Because I think you're still limited at the end of the day by the energy that you're spending on to get XP and tuners. I don't know if it's less time. Like I know that as a daily player for a couple years, I had like 1,000 echoes in my bag with the correct main stat that I can't roll, you know, like you just can't roll them. Can't roll all of them. And then somehow from buying like battle passes, I saved up like well over 100 main stat changers. So I was never like in need of correct main stats. Anyway, just saying.
Weapon essence. And to get gear, all you have to do is set up your factory and log out. That's it, you're done playing. The factory will produce the items that you need for gear, and you don't have to worry about rolling for substats or anything. Essences, on the other hand, do require you to use stamina, and they have RNG rolls. But there's items in the game that mitigate that significantly, and overall, you end up getting the perfect essence in like 2 to 3 days.
Essences are based. I think essences, like, some people like RNG in their gear. You know, like RNG gear, like looter shooters is like a classic. It's like a mainstay, right? It's in every single genre, like MMOs, looter shooters, RPGs, all this stuff, like random gear. But it's when the gear is tied to like a 6-month long time gated energy grind that makes it insufferable. But if it's like an RNG grind where it's like 2 to 3 days, it's like a nothing burger. It's literally a nothing burger. And if anything, it's like, you know, you press this etch button and you feed into it until you get enough fodder. And if you need to, you can pity with a gel, and it's like the nothing burger.
Not accounting for the extra stamina.
You never lose you never lose an Endfield gear? What do you mean? RNG gear grind is a thing that in the end burns you out from those gacha games that have it. Yeah, I think like running those domains over and over again is, yeah. Ends up burning me out too. When a brand new set, it takes longer to get a set in WUA, but takes less time for some future characters because you can pre-farm them. Okay. Well, I think, you know, I think we're talking about not just like the time from, like the amount of time it takes to farm the set, not just like the time from when the character comes out. So like, yeah, pre-farming is cool, but you know, that's cool, but you know, starting from 0 to having like a decent set, we're talking about like that amount of time. You know what I mean? Essences aren't hard to get. You have so many extras. Yeah, I'm literally, dude, essences, you know, like to get the like 3 for 3 out of 3 main stats on the essences, dude, it's literally so easy that, you know, you're really not even that worried about it. Like if a weapon drops and you need it, like you'll get it within a couple days. And then in the time that it takes to, I mean, a couple days, provided you're not like have extra sanity boosters, which like the game does kind of give you a lot of. I think that's what he's about to say. But, you know, I don't know, kind of a nothing burger. Saw the gear system and bought monthly and BP right then and there. Dude, it's such a like, that's what I mean is like when you see stuff like that, I think it's such a break with, it's such a huge break with, you know, the classic like tried and true FOMO manipulative game design that it's like goodwill from the developer. It makes you like have hope, right? It makes you kind of like, oh, these developers like might be cooking something. Like maybe they have a different idea or gameplay philosophy with how they're approaching things. Because, dude, some people maybe don't understand. I'm gonna make an RNG gear video for Silver Palace next. I'm gonna look into the Silver Palace gear system and just see like how it stacks up. But like people don't understand that like so much of the game is built around this like artificially time gated RNG gear grind. Like the developers know, like, bro, they don't have to give you shit to do. Oh, they're just gonna go play their little artifact domain. They just have their artifacts to go. Yeah, we don't have to like we don't have to give them stuff to do. This is what they're gonna do. Like, it's just so it's just, I don't know, dude. It's just so fundamental. Farming more for the fodder than the correct essence? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
The game basically shovels down your throat on a daily basis. Endfield cuts down on gear grinds by months, literally
Yes.
months.
Yes. See? Yes.
Saved time logging in daily to grind gear. You could argue you need to log in to spend your stock bills, but even then, it doesn't feel like that much of an incentive, especially since you get them so quickly. And setting up your factory for them isn't even hard to do. Ever since the game
Dude, here's the thing too, right? Like, okay, to get like copies of gear for artificing, okay, you need stock bills. Well, right now, they have like drastically reduced the amount of stock bills you need. So like, LOL, you need them like weekly to buy the artificer things, but you know, in terms of just crafting the gear, they drastically reduced it. And also, hold on, my brain just lagged. Oh yeah. Also, to me, dude, it's more satisfying if I like spend time setting up a factory to produce like gear and you know, items that I can sell in the outpost for stock bills. Like, that is fun to me because I feel like I wanted to build a factory. I built it. I get to see the fruits of my labor with the auto production that is happening like all the time, even, you know, when you're offline. It's just constantly producing stuff. And like you get to see the fruits of your labor. It feels more, I don't know, you just feel more involved. It just feels more fun of a way to do the progression to like build a factory and then sell the stock bills. Like, it's way more fun than, because also the fact is like you can build the factory at your own pace, or you can copy Kiostin if you want. And you can do that. And then it's different than like, oh, you have to log in every day and go run the same exact domain you've been running for 6 months. Yeah, you have to go run that twice every single day. Like, it's just, I don't know, dude. It's just so different. It's so different. Flexible builds on gear is also good. Yeah. There's actually meaningful gameplay behind gear acquisition as opposed to farming the same mindless domain endlessly. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know, dude. Like, it's like setting up a factory is fun too. And here's the thing is that every time you have to go and set up a new like gear component for a factory, or there's a factory update, like, bro, that's a new experience. And then you do it, you get to have the experience, you set up your factory, and then yeah, you can leave it alone. But like for me, I feel like the cadence with the factory updates has been pretty spot on. Like, I think there was one update where they didn't have anything, but I think it was pretty spot on where, you know, like it'll be like several hours of factory in, you know, time investment, again, which you can cut down to like 5 minutes if you really wanted to. But like, I enjoy that time spent. So like, I enjoy doing it. But then like by the time I get to the point where like, oh, I'm like kind of exhausted from like using my brain on the factory, I'm at the point where I can just kind of let it coast and let it run and just collect the, you know, the fruits of my labor and I can get the materials. And then by the time the next factory update comes out, I'm like kind of ready to do it again. And it's way different than like go into this domain and kill these enemies that you've been fighting for 6 months. I don't know. Considering some people complained how Enfield has too many daily chores and took too long. I mean, yeah, most of those are ignorable as well. Most of those are ignorable. They're like optional for stock bills.
you get them so quickly. And setting up your factory for them isn't even hard to do. Ever since the game launched, you could go to Kiostin's channel and find a blueprint that hyper-optimizes your base builds to produce the maximum amount of the best item, and you could do it in seconds. So what does that leave to do in Endfield? Story? Dailies? Endgame? That's basically it. The only reason to log into Endfield is to do the story, complete your dailies, and clear Endgame. And yes, that is similar to every gacha game out there, but here's the main difference. Endfield allows players to optimize the ever-living heck out of their playtime with in-game tools. Farming items and gear for characters in a majority of cases just does not take that much time. It's an infinitesimally small portion of the game, whereas in other 3D gacha games, farming for characters and their gear is a majority of the time spent in-game. And on top of that, Endfield—
like that's what I was saying. It literally influences how you like the entire your almost your entire experience with the game. Right? When the entire thing is just like building the character and then getting their RNG gear.
Endfield's dailies are so minimal that players can complete them in about a minute or two.
True.
And as someone who's broken free of gacha FOMO, it doesn't even feel like dailies in Endfield are worth it. 80% of the game is already automated. The only thing I'm missing if I skip a day is a bit of premium currency and my daily stamina, which also can be stored for other days. What else is there to do? Well, their more recent limited time endgame mode, Contingency Contract, was a really great endgame mode as far as gacha is concerned. But in terms of boss mechanics, it does ultimately stay a DPS check, dodge the AoE endgame. There's no puzzle mechanics, no instant wipes if you don't perform the required task, and nothing to engage your brain while you do your rotation. This is an endgame everyone has already played, with the exception being that you get to pick your own debuffs to make the fights fit more to your team. It's definitely more free-to-play friendly than
I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with this representation of contingency contract. I'm gonna disagree with this. I think it's a noticeably different experience than the other timer swap endgame we've played in other games. I think it's very noticeably different. We lost him. Yeah, I'm gonna go and disagree with this thing of on contingency contract. I think, so my experience with it is I think I went to 45 and I maxed out at 45, which I was proud of. That was like my goal, and that's kind of what I'll probably shoot for in the future. But like when my approach to it, I mean, I was fundamentally playing the game in a very different way, especially different from DPS check, like Echoes of War, much less timer swap in other gachas. Brax was cooking until now. Okay, I just disagree on this one. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. Let's just examine this, right? So, okay, let me talk about my experience first. When I was playing, so again, I shot for 45. And at 45, it required me to, first of all, I had to like actually read and understand all of the buffs and debuffs I was selecting. So there's like that strategy portion that goes like in beforehand. And then when you're building your team around those things. So, you could go, so let's say 45, I was using the Wolfguard. Oh, I just like yelled. The Wolfguard combustion team, right? I don't have Lavatane. So it was like Wolfguard, Gilberta, Estelle, and Akakuri is what I used to get 45. Which, first of all, extremely free to play, extremely free to play friendly. I'm using 2 4-stars, which was largely because I was wheelchairing Estelle because of her passive. But so it required me to play way differently. I had to build Wolfguard differently by using arts intensity gear. So I had to go and like I literally it was fun for me because I was like, oh wait, I need to go craft this. Well, first of all, I need to go browse all the gear and find the arts intensity stuff. I need to, craft that, equip that. And then I was like, I want to artifice that, right? So that was a fun little like progression thing for me. And then talking about the actual like experience of playing the stage. I mean, the way that I tuned it was that I gave myself the full 10-minute timer. But as a result, I had I kept the dodge because I just wouldn't have as much fun without the dodge. Although it was super interesting in the tournament, seeing how people played without dodge. It was super cool, actually. But I wanted the dodge. So I kept the dodge, but what I did is I set enemy damage up, and I set like their attack up and, you know, player damage taken up, to where I could basically, only Gilberta was a healer. But also you can't heal with Gilberta between rounds. You can only heal like in the middle. So like if I used her skill wrong and healed, I'd heal the enemy. So I couldn't really heal. So basically the way it was for me is that I had to dodge. Like it wasn't, I think the problem with a lot of DPS check timer slop is that you're actually incentivized to not dodge. Like it removes reactivity from the game. So you're basically just slamming your face against the keyboard, slamming out your rotation as fast as possible, face tanking all damage. You know, depending on the game, your animations might be so intense that you can't even see the enemy anymore. And like that, your hitbox and the enemy hitbox is like fucking you can't even distinguish it from your screen, from like the way your character's flying around and the way like the VFX are covering up the enemy. So all that shit is irrelevant. It's just like face tank all damage. You know, in your rotation, you'll have a healer that will like heal you up, or they're just not doing enough damage to threaten you in the first place. And then you just do your DPS. But the way that I tuned it is that like I had to memorize the attack animations. I had to perform for like the full 7-8 minutes. I had to perform really well, actually dodging everything. So like just knowing when things were coming out is not enough. You have to like perform for like 7 minutes straight, which is it was super intense. Like I basically gave myself the same experience that I'd have playing a Dark Souls boss for the first time. And people will glaze and say, oh, you're overreacting, calling it like a Dark Souls. Dude, I've played all the Dark Souls games. I know the fucking adrenaline experience that I get from like when I'm fighting a Dark Souls boss for the first time. And I had the same feeling when I was doing Contingency Contract. I at my certain debuffs and stuff, right? At my difficulty level. Just that feeling of performing for 7 minutes straight, having to memorize the attacks, having to know when to dodge properly, you know, using my abilities correctly. I wouldn't even say I was like going through a rotation. I just knew that like, you know, I have to stack up these elemental inflictions, and then I have to use Wolfguard to trigger combustion, and I had to like manage that properly. I kind of like through experience and running it many times, I learned like damage breakpoints. So like when to do this level of combustion, when to do like this, I only need this many on this one, or I should go for this on these enemies to like, you know, make sure I'm not doing overkill and wasting too much time. So there was a lot of stuff that went into it. I feel like I approached it very differently, and maybe your mileage will vary based on like what difficulty level you went for. Like if you just went to 20 and stopped, then it probably didn't feel that different. But, you know, based on what you were building, it was a very different experience. Up to risk 47 is relatively easy. Humble brag. We have a humble bragger in chat. If you understand everything, every additional modifier after 47 got exponentially harder. After 50, is it really for whales mostly? Okay, yeah. You can choose to play CC with different goals and tools to begin with. You can either go with your favorite team and reach as high as you can, or you can adapt to the event affixes to go in min-max. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think the beauty of CC is that it gives you like choice in how you approach it. I don't know, man. I disagree with that. I don't think he did say it was great. Like I think, you know, he's not like trashing on it, but
perform the required task and nothing. And in terms of boss mechanics, it does ultimately stay a DPS check, dodge the AoE endgame.
Boss mechanics, I mean, some of those mechanics, like, you know, because again, watching the tournament where they weren't using Estelle a lot of the time, they were using like, they were doing the whole like freeze mechanic throughout the whole thing. And maybe that they had to fall back on like a known rotation to make sure they were triggering that correctly. But bro, if you mess that up once, you've destroyed your entire run. Like you've frozen yourself for 15 seconds. Like that is a different way to play, I feel like. Like casual player looked at CC, saw it needed risk 20 for metal, and ran a random team without reading the modifiers they selected. It might just look like a DPS check to them. I guess, do people maybe want like bosses to have different like from what Brax was saying, do people want bosses to have like different mechanics or like different attack animations? Is that what kind of sets something apart? I don't know how like necessarily necessary that is. If the enemies are just designed well at base. Yeah, experiences varies vastly differently based on the difficulty. Yeah. What Brax said is that the fight didn't have any additional insta-wipe task. I remember remember your stamina-less pool escapades and thinking he doesn't know about the remix? He doesn't even know about the remix? Holy fuck, what was that? Y'all hear that? It's like a moving truck brought one of those huge, I don't know if y'all could hear that boom. It's like boomed really loud outside. It was like a moving truck bringing one of those huge, like fucking huge metal bins that people put all their stuff in. Anyway. I think for insta-wipe task as well. So yeah, maybe that's like new mechanic we're talking about. I mean, for me, the insta-wipe task was like, if you get hit by like this, whatever it was called, you're dead. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, some games have that, but I guess they'll probably experiment with that, right? That's like a classic. I feel like they'll experiment with that. Could be fun. A lot of forgiveness in other endgame, but if you mess up what you're doing, the debuffs can ruin your runs. Dude, I just think I think maybe just the way I tuned it was like perfect to me. Like, man, I really did get like that Dark Souls experience. Because the thing is, when you're like 5 minutes into a run and it's taking you like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, I mean, bro, that is soul crushing. Like losing it like 5-6 minutes into a 8-minute run, like at the final boss, you lose. I mean, that is soul crushing. And it's like exactly how I'd feel like, bro, when I was fighting like Ornstein and Smo for the first time, and you'd get them like phase 1, get them phase 2, and then you're like phase 2, you're dying because like you're seeing moves for the first time, and then you get phase 2 down to like 2 hits, get greedy, you fucking overstep, you die, you have to start over from phase 1. Like, I don't know, man, that was just this feeling I was getting, I mean, Dark Souls combat is obviously Dark Souls combat, and it's elite, right? But I don't know, man. I was getting that feeling. Anyway.
No puzzle mechanics, no instant wipes if you don't perform the required task, and nothing to engage your brain while you do your rotation.
Maybe Brax wants like MMO mechanics or something, like MMO boss mechanics. Which I think would be fun. Like I support that. I think that would be fun to like an insta-wipe mechanic, right? It could be fun. Insta-wipe is basically a one-shot. Never have I seen people advocating for one-shots in games before. I think it's a mechanic where if you don't do it, then you get wiped. That's pretty classic in MMOs and RPGs, right? That's pretty classic. Like it could be, like in Destiny. I mean, in a Destiny raid, it would be like, you need to stand on these plates. And if you don't stand on these plates for long, if you get off the plate for too long, then you get wiped. I mean, they could do that. They could do that in Endfield. I don't know, but could be cool. They could experiment. Who'd you kill first, Ornstein or Smo? Bro, I killed, I think Ornstein. Ornstein was a smaller guy, right? So I killed Ornstein first, and then I killed Smo. Which I think if you kill Ornstein last, you get a better reward. For like Dex users, which I was a Dex user, but a Smo phase 2, I think, is way easier than Ornstein phase 2. Like, I'm just going to say it. And it's way easier to kill Ornstein phase 1 because like he'll actually rush at you ahead of Smo and you can like fight him on his own and get your hits in and then run away before Smo catches up. Anyway.
This is an endgame everyone has already played, with the exception being that you get to pick your own debuffs to make the fights fit more to your team. It's definitely more free-to-play friendly.
I wouldn't say it's an endgame everyone's already played. I think it's a little I disagree. Little disagreement.
gachas, which means you don't need as many premium units, which is another reason you don't need to log in. Gacha games
I do hope they remain like free to play friendly in the
entire
future.
formula is getting you to come back and play every day.
That might be like a tough constraint, but it was cool. It was cool that my Risk 45 team was Estelle, Akakuri, Wolfguard, and Gilberta.
or fear of missing out to get you to come back for limited time events with limited time rewards and daily quests to make sure that you play the game every single day for player metrics. Arknight's Endfield is the antithesis of that, and in a way, the
Yes.
most consumer-friendly 3D
Hold on, can we get an encore of that really quick?
log in. Gacha games' entire
Can we get an
formula
encore?
is getting you to come back and play every day.
Yes.
They use FOMO, or fear of missing out, to get you to come back for limited time events with limited time rewards and daily quests to make sure that you play the game every single day for player metrics. Arknight's Endfield is the antithesis of that, and in a way, the most consumer-friendly 3D gacha game out there right now. It respects your time so much
Yes.
that people have stopped logging in favor of logging into the games that don't respect their
Yes, Enfield Glaze. Are we bouncing on it, guys? Chat, are we bouncing on it?
time. Why? Because it just makes sense. Why would you play the game you could play anytime when a bunch of games are incentivizing you to give your time to them? Truth be told, 99% of the time the game you can play anytime is a better game. Usually they're not a gacha game. But it can't be 100% said to be true for Endfield, because despite Endfield having great character designs, an immersive world, and being incredibly fun when there's content, Endfield doesn't have much content that incentivizes players to come back. Now, this basically goes into a whole discussion about FOMO versus
I did not remember that. I've seen this video a few times at this point. I did not remember that. Like random fucking scream.
content.
What was that?
Now, this basically
Bro, what was it?
goes into a whole discussion about FOMO versus making content that's so fun people choose to come back regardless of rewards. Gacha games rely on FOMO because most of them aren't consistently more fun than good non-gacha games like Slay the Spire, The Last of Us, Pokemon, Deadlock, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You get the picture. Endfield isn't relying on FOMO as strong.
Read comments, he's bouncing on it. You think are the other comments to the Enfield haters? Because anytime you praise Enfield out in the wild, it summons like this rabid pack of fucking haters. Did you know that? Did the Enfield haters get summoned to his video?
Strongly as other gachas, which means they must rely on content being more fun than other games if they want players to come back. And
Pre-watched L? Is that an L? We'll see in 3 days. Dude, this thing about maybe I'll let it. Maybe I'll wait until he finishes his explanation. This thing about FOMO
versus making content
Yeah,
that's so fun
this is
people
important.
choose to come back regardless of rewards. Gacha games rely on FOMO because most of them aren't consistently.
Rewatch a W. I'm trying something different this time where I try to pre-watch so I could keep like ideas more focused instead of going off on tangents that aren't quite like they're like less focused. Like tangents are good, but like less focused tangents that aren't relevant. I wanted to maybe like keep that in check this time. We'll see how it goes. I think it's going well, right? Right? If you say it's not going well, mods are gonna fucking snap your neck.
more fun than good non-gacha games like Slay the Spire, The Last of Us, Pokemon, Deadlock, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You get the picture. Endfield isn't relying on FOMO as strongly as other gachas, which means they must rely on content being more fun than other games if they want players to come back. And ultimately, that's why I argue that the gacha system isn't the reason that people aren't playing, because
That's guys, that line was fire, by the way. The fact that they're not relying on FOMO as much, so they have to rely on great content replayability, right? And so that's like a good what's it called? That's like a good kind of analysis, I guess. But I think that this is what I have used traditionally since like the beginning of Enfield to kind of use as supporting evidence for saying like this is why I'm optimistic for the future of Enfield, because you know, Hypergriff, they did a freaking, you know, Sun Tzu, burn your own boats behind you, place your soldiers on death ground, you know, tactic here, where they've like fundamentally designed the game in such a way that in many, many cases, from like, you know, character design to game modes to content to like kit design to signature weapons, like all of this stuff is contingent on their incentive is to make a fun game, fun characters, fun game modes, just a fun game rather than like, we're going to abuse, deceptive, manipulative FOMO psychology to get you to log into the game every day. And I just feel like that's my biggest, hopium, source of optimism for Hypergriff is because I think it's clear to anybody. Like if it's clear to me, I think it's clear to them, right? Who the fuck am I? I'm like nobody. But if it's clear to me, I think it's obviously clear to the people making the game who made all these choices that they've done this in such a way where their incentive in the game is to make good content. And a lot of gacha games don't do that. They've completely forego that and completely abandon that and say our incentive is to abuse FOMO. And that's literally it. That is it. In H3 we trust, for H3 we bounce. Now it's all over my screen. Dude, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Yeah, tangents are good if you're not adding your inputs to the narrative. What's the point? Yeah. Factory was enough to sell me that it's the ultimate casual filter. Dude, I mean, the thing is, because it's also a gacha game, I think it's fine if developers can figure out a way to make something casual friendly and simultaneously obviously we're going to make our ambition, our goal is to make good content. So to me, the blueprints accomplish that. And to a certain, very notorious Endfield Hypergriff hater out there, the blueprints were the death knell of the game because because it's this is for the stupid, Kurobot Hoyo shill casuals who are sub room temperature IQ, invalids who need blueprints. So now the developers are going to make this game for the fucking mentally deficient invalids who play Wuthering Waves and Genshin because they're putting in blueprints. And that is just such a fantastically incorrect read on this, because it's actually quite a very clever way of making it so the developers can make more complex content, right? The factory can be more complex if the developers include a way for the casuals who don't want to deal with it. If it's essentially there's player freedom and player choice, and there's an option to forego it, to skip it, essentially, that means they can make the factory even more complex for the people that want to play it. And I just don't understand, this, I just don't understand. It's so fantastically a wrong read of the blueprints to say it's being made for the mentally deficient, and it's a sign that the game is being made for stupid people, bro, for the guy who claims to be doing all these critiques. Sorry, I'm being a little too much, but it's just to say you're doing this critique of game design, not even understand fundamental game design. And one of the most challenging things, again, why Hypergriff gives me hope and why I fucking bounce on it and why it's all over my screen right now, is because I think when I see developers come up with a clever way to appeal to both hardcores and casuals, which is one of the hardest things I think for game developers and in game design to do, I think that's really encouraging. I think it's really encouraging because that games have to appeal to casuals, right? They have to for market economic reasons, financial reasons. Look at Marathon. Marathon appealed to the most hardcore of hardcore extraction shooters, and that game can barely break 2,000 concurrents on Steam now, less than a year after its release. So you have to appeal to the casuals, but if you can find a way to make good content that you can just, and this is what I mean, dude. Sometimes consumers don't know what they want. We don't know the ideas. That's why these guys are the ones making the games. They're the ones whose job it is to make the games. And we kind of know if something's hitting or not hitting, But like, I would have never thought of that idea as a way to like bridge consumers and hardcores, right? But it's really clever, and it gives you hope that like they can continue doing this in the future. So anyway, just fantastically incorrect read on the blueprints that I think is so funny to this day. Still something that is parroted and said over and over and over again to this day. It's just so fantastically incorrect and wrong. But we all know the person you're talking about. Simple truth about him is he hates casuals. That's it. The blueprint debate was insanely dumb. Just prove to me how much of a dumb fuck you have to be to not get blueprints. Dude, it was smart. It was just smart. Like it was such a good idea. And it literally, it allows for those of us who enjoy, like, I'm not making a factory that looks as good as Kyostin's or like is as efficient as Kyostin's probably. I go for like kind of max efficiency that I can. Sometimes I don't always hit that. But like his like looks beautiful, it performs beautifully. Mine may not reach that, but like I enjoy making my factory. Like, and if there's ever a point where like I don't feel like doing it for that patch or I'm not enjoying it, then I can copy a blueprint. But like for now, I just enjoy doing it. It gives me satisfaction to see like the end product. Like, oh yeah, I did that. Like these hours of like thought and work and all this stuff went into doing this, and like that makes me happy. And I can have more complex factory systems because the devs don't have to be afraid of like scaring away all the casuals by introducing more complex factory mechanics. That's just kind of how it is. Waiting for co-op factory event. Oh yeah, blueprints are good. You can reuse your own. Yeah, they're good for that reason too. Yeah. Yeah.
People from coming back is that they don't have a good reason to. Now, Endfield devs are 100% aware of this because they're more billionaires over there at Hypergriff, and they can definitely hire things like analysts. But ultimately, what's going to decide if Endfield is seen as a good game or gacha slop is going to depend on if they're willing to add fun, repetitive content, or if they add more FOMO to compete with other games doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Personally really like what Endfield is, but I like the idea of what Endfield could be even more. When I look at Star Rail in comparison, HSR has both Divergent Universe and Currency Wars, which are permanent non-endgame modes that are fun to play. Endfield,
what is on my
Wars, which
screen?
are permanent non-endgame modes that are fun to
Yeah, I think what he's saying is true, and it's kind of what we've talked about many times. But it's kind of like when I was talking about the crossroads of Silver Palace, what Silver Palace is at. It's kind of the same deal, where like will they go for the gacha slap route, or will they like go for the innovative, unique idea route? And like there's always that fear, and this is why I am maybe like. I emotionally don't really like it when I see like slander, doom posting, agenda posting, or even just like from people who aren't necessarily like slanderous. Dude, my freaking. I just broke my shorts. This little thing just came off of my shorts. I'm like playing with it too much. Anyway, like I think even when I like, I wouldn't be as like, harsh to people that are just like giving genuine feedback. But I think if it's like feedback that is not really like, that representative of what the game is or what they're trying to do, or like doom posting Echoes of War, contingency contract, little more like apprehensive of that, because I feel like you have to be very clear about the fact that like you think that what they're doing in terms of breaking away from all the like, gotcha FOMO, bad practice, gotcha slap stuff, which by the way, Brax is doing right here, by the way, which is very good. Like he's very like well written like script and video and stuff, right? But you see a lot of the times where like it's just kind of like this emotional like rambling about like, oh, this sucks, I hate this is so bad. Like, well, you have to be very clear about like, you like the thing, what they're doing in terms of breaking away from gotcha FOMO and stuff. You like the fact that they're doing that, but like, here are the ways to improve it, or like, here's the feedback. Because the thing is, like, and again, I think this is something else that Gotcha Smack said, that the reason this clicked with me is because he said, if you doom post these things, then developers will just say, oh, well, why should I fucking bother? Like, why should I bother doing this the hard way? Why should I bother doing this in like a more player friendly way? If like, we're not even going to get recognition for that. Like a lot of the times, the reason you take on the extra challenge of like, we're going to approach this more player friendly. We're going to do this. Like our gameplay is not going to be about FOMO. It's going to be about like true fun and replayability. Our character kits are going to be like this. Our monetization system is going to be like this. Like when developers do that, I think they're kind of hoping and assuming there will be some like credit for that decision because they were intentionally taking on like a harder project, a harder task. It is harder, more challenging to design fun, replayable game design or gameplay content than it is to design, you know, spawn 4 enemies in an empty room, fight them 2 times a day. That's like 5 minutes every single day for 6 months to get your RNG gear. Like it is a lot harder to make a replayable gameplay content than it is to do that. Many developers are content with just doing that, you know, spawn enemies in an empty room, either DPS check or just like do this every single day for 6 months for RNG gear. Like, but when a developer is not willing to do that, they're taking on a harder task. And the fear is that they'll see all this doom posting and they'll see all this like hatred they're getting for sometimes for even doing something different, for not having that DPS check timer slot. And then they'll say, okay, why the fuck are we even doing this? Let's just go make the timer slot. Let's just go do this. If literally players want to be fucking abused, like want their fucking be like FOMO psychology abused by FOMO, and they get angry when you're not doing it, like why are we trying to do something different, you know? And that's the fear, I think, when you see people like acting that way, and it's annoying. That's why it's just like fundamentally so annoying. And it's why I say, like, don't give the haters any attention. Don't give them oxygen. They don't fucking deserve it. Because they're just out here like completely ruining the entire, you know, space. And I think because that's the way I think about things. That's why when again I'm like fucking still doing apologia for the Gotcha Smack react, but like that's why when Gotcha Smack said that, that's what clicked in my mind. That's what I thought about. It wasn't like, oh, like, you know, quit those games and go do activism to play NTE. I didn't hear that. That's why everything that I just said, like, that's what I heard. Right. So, agree. Take away their oxygen. Yeah. You appreciate the experimentation? Yeah. Yeah. Enfield's doing good at events. At least now we know you aren't just in your underwear under the table. Was that ever like a thought or assumption? Do I need my hands to be like fucking visible at all times? I'm very like fidgety. Like I fidget with the stuff like, yeah. Oh fuck, plastic. I need my stress ball. Isn't that what Echoes of War is? Let's make the timer slot. Dude, that's what I mean, is that it feels like Echoes of War was a reaction to this like very outspoken, maybe it was planned all the time, who knows, but it doesn't really seem like maybe it took the greatest amount of developer resources to make. Maybe it did. I don't know. Maybe it was planned all along, but it feels like it was a reaction to, oh, like people keep asking for this like DPS check endgame. Like that is basically just spawn enemies in an empty room. People are saying the game feels incomplete and there's no content without that. Okay, let's just give it to them. But at the same time, this is why, again, guys, I'm fucking bouncing on it. I'm bouncing on hyperglyph shit. Like, I know, guys, I know that's what it seems like. But like in my head canon, you know, they saw that and they were like, okay, let's just do that. Let's just make that game mode. But we're still not gonna compromise our you know, base vision of, you know, put all the rewards in the lower tier so that everybody can very easily is very easily accessible to every player. And there's not really FOMO because there's like the game modes are rotating, and the only reward for a DPS check is a badge. And like also even like I said, those 3 stars instead of 2 stars is like really big. It's a way of the developer saying like, you beat this stage, like you can feel satisfied with this. And 2-star people, dude, I'm telling you, they know that when they see like, you know, 11 out of 12 stars or like 29 out of 30 stars or 2 out of 3 stars, they know that people go freaking ballistic over that. Like it feels like you failed, your characters flopped, your characters are not working, and like that does something, right? Obviously it's better if like gacha currencies in the lower tiers. There are some end game modes that do that, and like I think they deserve credit for that as well. But I'm just saying, even with that, it feels like Hypergriff did not want to like compromise their fundamental vision and maybe like philosophy, because they do the same thing in Arknights, everyone tells me, and they've done that for many years and they've stuck to that, and it seems like they didn't want to compromise that, and they still made like the DPS type check timer slop endgame mode that refreshes weekly. Just dude, even the fact that it refreshes weekly feels like it was a response to all of this whining about like there's no content, there's nothing to do, there's nowhere to use my characters. Okay, here's a weekly thing, just go do your timer slop. You can't complain anymore. Just go do this, right? So I don't know, man. That's why I have hope. It feels like the developers, like, dude, the hardest part when it comes to like, you know, giving feedback or like hoping that things change in live service is like the developer philosophy and the developer intention, right? That is the hardest part to actually affect any sort of change, or like if a company is set on doing something, they won't change it. And if the developers seem to have this vision and philosophy, right, that is like the most like hope-inducing part. Brother, there's no way you're still on a 13-minute video? How long is the stream been going? Almost 3 hours? Okay, hear me out. It's been very, very focused. At least it's been very focused to the topic of the video, and I feel like we've actually been, going in depth on all the topics. So, hear me out. This is better than the Godsmack React, I'm just saying. It's at least nice to know that if we're going to be in live service gacha hell for the foreseeable future, then at least the dev is willing to break the mold and make some creative and interesting choices. Yeah. Yeah. All right, period. He doesn't believe me, Chop. I don't think he believes me. I think I'm being doubted right now. It's focused on the video at least? Yeah, see? See? That guy knows. Someone VIP that guy, please. Mods, can we VIP that guy?
Play. Enfield doesn't have anything like that to keep people playing even after they've done their dailies or complete
Milk that shit? That's my streamer? I'm not milking it. Like, obviously we've been going very in-depth on a lot of topics, okay?
completed their main daily FOMO tasks. Sure, Etch Space Salvage exists, but I don't really know anyone that's logging into Enfield for that specifically. The story for 1.4 was absolutely amazing as well, but it certainly isn't going to keep anyone repeatedly logging in. The story is basically a one and done until next patch. While their first, second, third, and fourth combat endgame events have all been fun, and I really like the mechanics of Echoes of War, by the way, by the
Echoes of War has good mechanics. As long as we're discussing the topic, it doesn't matter how long we spend. Yeah, I think that's a good guiding philosophy. We're down from 6 hours to 3. It's something. Well, to be fair, I don't know if proportionally. I don't know if the math works out, because like 10 minutes to 45 minute, you know, whatever.
fifth combat event, it gets kinda old. I'd personally love to see something that expands on the game's factory without blueprints being a 3-click option to basically bypass all of the difficulty. Some kind of factory or tower-based PvE or PvE VP mode could add a ton of replayability.
Guys, I had an idea for this actually. Did he say PvE VP?
Factory or tower-based PvE or PvE VP mode.
All right. Let bro cook. Wait, that would actually be kind of sick. Like, are we thinking like, what's that one game? Rust? Oh my God, bro. What if you could like build a base in like a world and industrialize like defenses and stuff, and people, oh my God, wait a second. Anyway, I had an idea for this actually. So like when Enfield did have that one factory event in 1.2, basically everyone shit on it. Even the people that have been asking for replayable factory content for a long time, basically everyone shit on it, and we haven't seen it. We haven't seen something like that since then. But I think that was basically the right idea. I think, holy shit, I'm about to burp. Clash of Clans. Actually, the thing is, I don't know if I'd like that as much, genuinely, because I'm not as much on like PvP and like the idea of like permanently losing stuff, like extraction, like marathon kind of way. PvE is cool, but I'm not really into PvP anyway. So everyone kind of hated that factory mode, and I think it partly was because you had to like use your current factory spaces, like your outposts, to build the stuff. I mean, what they could do is they could just take you, like the way that Edge-based salvage or any mode takes you into like a different arena. They could just have like a mode where it's like, you go to a different arena and, maybe you build your factory there with like either a set amount of resources, or, I mean, what you could do is, I don't know, maybe you could not transfer resources from the open world, but you could do like that meta storage transfer that you do between regions, but they could like, it'd be like a higher limit, and you could say, it encourages you to go like, put down drills in the open world if you haven't already. And then you can like take your ore, like the ore production, and like shift it over to the space, but it's like extra. It's not like eating away from your, your outposts, and you could like build your factory there. Like, they could do something like that. Would probably be a better way. Would that be like the replayable factory content that we want? And there's like, you like sell the items or whatever in a different domain would be good. It misrepresented the issue of replayability, like the first one. Yeah. They hated it. You loved it, man. What's wrong with the community? I think there was some legitimate grievance with the idea that, like if you had built your factory maximizing like all your current resource production, and then you're being told like, you need to use Shironite for this other product, you'd have to like go and pause something else. And then, or like, depending on your space, if you had to like move things around, like that could maybe annoy somebody. But I think you could solve that easily by just putting it in a different like domain or something. Factory being on the main map was a big mistake. Yeah, I feel like that was the biggest issue. Let's not do Rust and Enfield. Tobro would play it just to grief other players. Dude, if we think that like tribalism, like content creator tribalism wasn't a thing already, bro, imagine like alliances between content creator communities to like fucking raid the fuck out of another content creator. Like, I mean, that would be content, but like, bro, that would be kind of disgusting. That would be kind of insane. If we thought that tribalism was not an issue before, I mean,
it could add a ton of replayability without having to rely on specific units, and it'd feel completely new. To be completely fair, Endfield is a relatively new gacha game, and it hasn't had nearly as much time to add new game modes. It suffers.
That'd be kind of funny. Settle the beef in game, bro. Oh my god. That would be kind of funny though. Me on my deathbed and my whole legacy is a gacha drama. And then you're like, but nurse, you don't understand. And then they made alliances and they raided my factories, and they raided my community's factories. You don't understand, nurse. You don't understand.
It's the same problem that a lot of modern MMOs do, where when a new MMO comes out, it doesn't have nearly as much content as the MMOs that have been running for 10 to 20 years already.
Yeah.
Players blaze through all the content, and now there's nothing left to do, and the only thing that can fix that new MMO is adding 10 more years of content. Other competing gachas have been out for—
Yeah, dude. I think the expectation of like having 10 years of, or in Enfield's case, it was like 7 years of live service content from the very beginning. Like obviously people didn't say that, but like that was the logical like conclusion of that whole like 7 years of experience nonsense. I mean, obviously the logical conclusion is that they should just have 7 years worth of content in the game on launch because they have 7 years worth of experience, you know? I don't know, man. I think, dude, might be part of our like TikTok brain rot era of people just not really having the same patience for new games as they did for old games. Like, dude, if Wuthering Waves came out today, do you think people would stick with it the way they stuck with it through like its rocky launch back then? It's only been a couple years, but I don't know if I don't know if it get the same like graciousness that it got, honestly. Tobro on his way to snipe other people's outposts with bombs for using IDF warrior Rossi. Ah, that was a loaded chat comment. That was a loaded comment. Assisted by Shu from Tel Aviv. Oh my gosh. With 7 years of experience of making bikes, why is your first car not like your bike? Yeah. No shot, def not. Yeah. Dude, I don't know. Just like the attention span, like, and like the graciousness with which people are willing to like let live service games kind of like improve over time. And because I made this example in the Gotcha Smack React, but to me, it's kind of analogous to like early access games. And I don't know if you have an issue with the analogy, you can speak up. It might not be perfect, but I just think that, you know, live service games, because they'll launch, like being very upfront about how the game's not complete, and then you like will buy the game, right? Like, you'll pay for it, and with the promise that like it will have its full launch later on. So, you know, obviously there still needs to be something there. There needs to be like something. It can't just be like a complete disaster. But, you know, like again, like the reason that Baldur's Gate 3 was able to become the game that it was is because it had like a 3-year long, something like 3-year long early access period. You know, Pal World was the same. I think Subnautica for multiple, like Subnautica 1 and 2, and maybe others had early access periods. So, you know, like it's just, if Wu and Enfield released at the same time, Wu would get absolutely flamed for how unoptimized it is. Yeah, probably. People didn't believe Enfield would do different because they had many bad experiences from tested systems and Hoya Wu games.
For years and have way more content for players to play through and enjoy, and Endfield has quite a bit of catching up to do. In Enfield's case though, they have a very important decision to make on what direction they want to take the game, whether they want to make it more predatory to get more players, or if they want to attempt to innovate in the space and potentially risk not holding as many players.
Exactly.
In the name of making the game more fun overall. And if they choose to innovate and make the game even more fun without adding other FOMO aspects to it, it could experience a full recovery and even a massive increase in the amount of players actively playing the game. But ultimately, while Enfield won't die off due to a lack of play.
Is this a Reddit post? I know player retention and the fact that people naturally drop gotcha games has been discussed to death, but honestly, relying on that excuse feels like burying our heads in the sand instead of acknowledging the actual problems this game is facing. YouTube analytics, Twitch statistics. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay, period. Marketing mentioned. Through innovating the space, let them do their own thing like they've always done. Dude, I mean, that's why, I don't know, man. That's why I'm saying I have hopium for Enfield at the end of the day. I have hopium. Because like he's talking about like will they go gacha slop? Will they continue to kind of do what they've been doing? And I just hope they continue doing what they've been doing. You know, I hope they just continue to do that.
It could experience a full recovery and even a massive increase in the amount of players actively playing the game.
Yes.
But ultimately,
also, yeah, like look at No Man's Sky, right? Like No Man's Sky, those guys have just been working on that game for like however many years, 7 years at this point, something like that. You already got this answer to this from Lowlight himself. He said he ain't gonna abandon their vision. They only accept feedback that aligns with it. Oh yeah, in the 1.4 devlog thing. Yeah. And yeah, see that dude, that's why, God, there was so much fucking aura farming going on in that. So much aura farming went down in that 1.4 like little devlog interview. And dude, you know it was triggering because Tobro like went and updated his little pinned comment diary from one of his videos about how like he felt called out or whatever. And like through the power of facts and logic, why in reality Lowlight's actually a stupid idiot and doesn't understand anything. But yeah, bro, that was some genuine aura farming. That was some generational aura investment in that one. Rainbow Siege is another example. Lowlight and Rua doubled down on what they want. It was so good. Yeah. Yeah. That was good. How it should be. Clipped. I mean, they're obviously pushing for FOMO with all the new modes, needing new characters to ... I got nothing. Bro, like I was saying, like they didn't abandon their overall vision because, you know, with Echoes of War, they could have very easily said like, here's 3 stages. Each one requires a different team. Oh, we heard you complaining about the fact that, you know, you don't feel like there's any reason to build new teams because, you know, the content doesn't arbitrarily require you to have them. So we heard that. We're going to actually force you to have 12 different characters and enjoy it. But instead they were like, yeah, you can use the same team for everything. W Hypergriff, my goats. In reality, they were answering some Chinese feedback, most likely. Yeah, I think the cherry on top of that situation is like they for all we know, they have like zero idea of that. Like they have zero idea of like basically anything going down in like the EN community discourse. So maybe they do because like those videos got a lot of views like right before the game was coming out, and they probably care. They probably cared some about the like, you know, reception, but I don't know. All right, Chaos, take care. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. If you have stuck around the original, is RA supposed to be Arknights? RA release and the base's early existence, you can see or you mean regulation algorithm, sorry. That's a game mode, right? You can see that they won a game like Endfield for a long time. Okay. Okay, good to know. Yeah. I don't know, dude. That was funny though.
While Endfield won't die off due to a lack of players, like many love to claim on their tribalistic mass misinformation campaigns.
True. Freaking everybody knows about them by now, dog. Everybody knows about them.
It's certainly coming up on a turning point that could decide the future for the game. Whether they decide to chase what's been proven to work over and over and introduce more FOMO and reasons to log in, or if they hunker down and commit to adding fun and engaging, repetitive content that will keep people coming back for more fun than FOMO. Making their gacha system more free to play to players will certainly entice a particular demographic into trying the game, but it certainly won't fix what's been broken this whole time. My name is Braxophone, and thanks for watching.
Thank you for the video, Braxophone. Thank you. That was great. That was a great video, honestly. See, guys, like, it's so great, you know, like, I think, guys, you know, again, I'm going to maybe bounce on it a little bit here, but I think for a while I was going a little crazy. Like I felt like I was taking crazy pills because like I kind of kept saying that, you know, it really felt like the discussion around the game just felt like so, you know, like for example, not understanding the difference between critique and criticism and like all these kind of like simple things. It just felt like they were just like, it was just so wrong. And, you know, like there was that one fucking meme of like, oh no, it's everyone else that's wrong. And it was like me, right? But I don't know, just seeing like, you can see like with this video, right? You can obviously talk about the game. Like there's obviously ways to like write the kind of discussion or the critique or the feedback in ways that don't engage in the same kind of rhetoric. Does that make sense? And I felt like for a long time I was taking crazy pills because I was like, is it me? Because it feels like a lot of people are engaging with this. Like a lot of people, like fucking basically everybody. It was like engaging in like, you know, like during the whole like no content crisis situation. And I was like, oh, it might be me. I don't know, but I just feel like it is. But when you see videos like this, you're like, oh, it is possible to not have like an emotional crash out over a fucking nothing burger, or like, you know, like the week before contingency contract comes out to start saying that like Endfield has no content and new players shouldn't try Arknight's Endfield. Like that's actually not like a normal thing to say or like to do, you know? So anyway, W video. I like this video. It was a great video. It was fun watching. You've been bouncing on it since the start? Well, it's a question of whose shit am I bouncing on? Whose shit am I bouncing on? That's the question. You gotta lay it low a bit with the bouncing. Your shorts are gonna rip all the way. My shorts are not ripped, okay? It was one little like, what do they call this thing? There's like a word for this. It's like the thing that goes over your shoelaces, little plastic bit, like a dinglet or something. A diglet. That's a Pokemon. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, moral of the story: my shorts are not ripped. All right. From Mr. Streamer to Mr. Bounce on it. I quit Endfield random bro post 3 days before 1.4. I can't. Yeah. Aglet. Wait, yeah. Wait, we got some like New York Times crossword players. You know, that's where I learned about the word for the first time, was a New York word crossword. We got some like crossword enjoyers in the chat. Because who knows that? Like who knows that genuinely off the dome? Nobody. Faros? I don't remember seeing Faros' video. I don't remember that. Yeah, you vastly overestimate how smart the average viewer / CC is. Terraria players know? Oh, really? Dude, I don't know. Sometimes people say like you overestimate. Also, go subscribe and watch this video and subscribe to Brax and stuff. That was a good video. Yeah, people say like you overestimate the average like viewer's intelligence. I mean, I don't know, dog. I don't know. Maybe. I just feel like that's kind of it's kind of hard to make that statement definitively. I think that people are generally pretty smart. You know, sometimes you lose faith a little bit. Like, remember that one video someone shared in the Discord, and it was like, you know, addressing the Endfield power creep thing, but it was giving a ton of credibility and legitimacy to like blatant misinformation, slander, propaganda, and was saying that like, oh, we respect this take because like it uses like facts and numbers and statistics, when in reality anybody knows that statistics, like it's literally like when I took statistics like fucking 101, it was called statistics 10A in college, like the first statistics class you take. My professor like walked in and said, the first thing you need to know about statistics is that you have to have like good, there's like, it requires you to be very responsible as a statistician or data scientist, because it is extremely easy. You can prove literally anything with statistics, and you can trick yourself into believing, like using statistics to believe literally anything. So you need to be very careful. That was like the first thing they tell you. So I don't know, but just because someone throws out like a fucking statistics or like a number or something doesn't mean there's like legitimacy or, you know, to, to what's being said. You can take statistics that are true and like trick yourself into believing like the wrong conclusion. Like, guys, I'm going to say this, and maybe this will like, maybe, I don't know if the world is ready to hear this, but like, it's like, as much as people can weaponize like lies and slander and disinformation, like intentional lies, you can also weaponize the truth. You can also weaponize the truth. It's possible. And sometimes it's like half truth. Sometimes it's like 90% truths. Sometimes it's like, this is true, but like, you know, lying and bringing it to a different conclusion that isn't true. So, you know, too much legitimacy given to that kind of stuff. They don't know we can manipulate stats too. Guys, sometimes when somebody's lying, you have to lie even harder. When somebody's slandering your side, sometimes you just need to slander their side even harder. True and real. The website said it, it can't be wrong. Quote unquote, imagine an average person, half is even more stupid. I guess that's true. I guess technically half of people have below 100 IQ, right? Because 100 IQ is like the relative average of the population. So half the population has below 100 IQ. Yeah, man. All right. If you have any post-mortem thoughts, anything that in the video that we can go over, I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then if there's anything that like you feel like you had a point throughout and you want to bring it back up or you want to revisit it, we can do that when I get back. And maybe we'll do some like chill exploration in the background while we do that. And if there's not enough of that, we'll figure out something to do. I don't know. Anyway, all right. I'm going to use the bathroom, go like take a bathroom break or something, drink some water. I don't know. See you in a sec. Bye bye. We did not talk about Perlica and Fortnite and the lore implications. Do we need to revisit that? Do we need to revisit that?
Arknights.
Yeah, also, yeah, IQ isn't the end all be all. Yeah, that's a good thing as well. I think IQ is like kind of a fake number as well, if we're being honest. I think I'm not saying get all trumped up on IQ or whatever, like an IQ number. Confirmed Volps is in fact wearing shorts. I don't know why that was. I don't know why that's something that's being speculated on in the first place, but congratulations if you got that one right. Congratulations. Alright guys, I need to do I think Umbral Monuments came out and has some new rewards that are going to expire soon. So I need to do that as well. Okay. Haven't done this yet. Have not done Rooted Realm at all. I heard that they changed the timer from 1 minute to 30 minutes. So...
The incident has been logged. Just be glad that nobody was hurt.
Guys, was Perlica in Fortnite good? Did it look good? I think the Fortnite models just aren't kind of like... They're not popping as much as Arknight's models are popping.
Still waiting for something?
Operator Perlica.
Like, Brax was kind of cooking when he said that character designs in Endfield and Arknights might have some of the best in the business. Like, look at Perlica. Just look at her. Who has more aura, Holster or Alecryos? Kind of hard to say. Kind of hard to say. Holster is kind of him. Holster's kind of him-iffy. Dude, I think anytime From Software makes a boss that is like... because sometimes they make the bosses which are like, oh, this is like the player, you know? Like in Dark Souls 3, I think was it Ring City DLC? Or is it the base game final boss? Where you fight, the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls 1 or something like that? Because he's got like all the abilities of like a player would have, like a caster and like the sword and all whatever. Anytime they're doing something like that, which is kind of what Holster is, like he's got the Moonlight Greatsword. Anytime they're cooking something like that up, it's gonna be an absolute feast, so it's kind of hard to say.
I warned you before.
Fabric detail was simplified, yeah. Dude, the way that Enfield and Arknights does fabric is insane. Oh, also, someone had brought up the PC client for Arknights recently, and I watched Kookie's video where he was like essentially just slack-jawed gaping at the quality of the PC client for 10 minutes. And yeah, dude, when the character designs and like HD, like more polygons, more like better graphics. I mean, even just like the, you know, like the skin splash arts or animated arts, it just looked fantastic. Just like absolutely fantastic. Hitting enemies restores HP. All their enemies are permanently to all their enemies and permanently raise their attack. Oh. Wait, these look kind of... wait, this is kind of... a bit long. This is long. Oh, are these like kind of extensive? Just go one at a time.
I do not intend to wait any longer.
Let's use the arcane team. Why not? It was base game final boss? Okay. Dude, I mean, Alecrios, can we go back, by the way, to... This is the perfect time to revisit that. Where, when it was said Alecrios came out of nowhere... The volume might be too loud. Turn it down. Let me also do this. Mute off. Okay. When we said Alecrios came out of nowhere, bro, partly the reason why why his entrance had so much aura is because like is because of the build up, no? Like is that just me? Am I alone on that one? Like, it was partly the build-up of all the stuff with, like, the Exiles and the, Foundation. And then, dude, the constant, proto-rig pulsing of the bracelet. I know you want to kill them at the same time, right? I don't know how feasible that is. The constant proto-rig pulsing of the bracelet, and then, like, when you actually step into the room and it pulses one last time, and then it cuts to like him inside the ether, like the thing like going across the screen, and then you're like, oh my god, and then it like shows his face, and then it's like him in the ether side, and then he comes out. I mean, bro, are we saying that was lacking in impact? Read the title wrong, thinking it was about Q must not be named crashing the F out on Enfield. I don't really pay attention to that side of the internet. I don't know what the current going-ons are of that little corner of the internet. I don't know if there's crashing out. Like, I mean, I'm not really surprised to hear those crashing out because like that's kind of the default state of that kind of particular corner. But I don't really pay that much attention to that. It's kind of not really interesting if you ask me, like when it's just like obviously agenda posting and not like actual discussion like the Brax video we just watched, which was a good video, by the way. It was a good video. Every good story needs build up. You can't just go from 0 to 100 every single time in every story. Yeah. Luckios genuinely did come out of nowhere, and the entire entrance was very aware of it and gave us a lot of time to try and guess what that statue is doing. I mean, if the point is that, like, Alecrios himself, like, you didn't expect to see Alecrios because we hadn't, like, seen him before or seen anyone that looks like him or anything like that, right? So, okay, yeah, like, if that's what was meant by coming out of nowhere, but, like, we were expecting, like, something. Like, there was an anticipation and there was, like, a promise, right? So, like, it was like the Chekhov's gun, but it was, like, you know, Chekhov's lore drop on the Exiles and the Foundation. Like, that anticipation and that expectation had been made. So, like, bro, if they just like walked into the last room and then Fong-Yi was like, all right, I'm gonna shoot some lightning over there, and Arcane's gonna like shoot her little Shironite Nexus over there, and then we closed it, and then, oh, the story's over, good job everybody, let's go home. Like, yeah, if that had happened, that would have been pretty shit, because obviously they'd created the expectation, like there was like this rising action of like, oh, something, like, we're gonna get to the portal and obviously something's gonna happen. The Originium react to each other like the Infinity Stones? Oh my god, I'm batting the fuck out. I'm bat chesting out right now. I'm batting the Infinity Stones like from the MCU? Wait a minute, I'm soying. I'm gonna soy all over the place.
Shall I join you? I am.
But good point though. Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like I just shit on the MCU pretty hard right there, but no, that's a good point. That's a good point. The Protocol Originium, I think the build up of the pulsing was like really good.
Let's do this together, man.
I didn't even read the effect.
Kill ya.
Stormcrusher Pyromancer constantly casts Haze Fire and deals damage to all operators. He's harder to interrupt and immune to stagger. When he takes art burst damage, he takes additional damage equal to a percentage of his max HP and becomes temporarily sealed. Stormcrusher Pyromancer will keep summoning elite raiders and elite ambushers. Defeating an enemy with Arts Infliction also applies 1 stack of the same Arts Infliction to all other enemies. This is an interesting mechanic. This is interesting. Maybe I want to bring in a different team. See if I can. So where is he? Yeah, because Rossi's like stripping. Oh, wait, so he's got 4 stacks. Actually, that was kind of good because then I can do this. See, there's just stacks getting built up on him. Well, I need Rossi's combo again. And I need to immediately do this. Yes. True. Based. Just flashbang my screen.
Magnificent.
There was literally Chekhov's sword. Wait, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, dude, the sword, that you find the sword, and then you're instantly like, oh, this is a little crazy because it means that, you know, maybe it's not a natural phenomenon. It's like, instead of being a natural disaster type thing, it's like an intentional thing. There's like somebody behind it. What does this mean? And then like you find the wielder of the sword. I don't know, bro. Out of nowhere is a little disagree, but he claims he's speaking from his truth and we cannot criticize his views. I mean, there was give and take. Like he criticized, we answered and criticized, and like there was a claim made and there was a counterclaim, and then, you know, you discuss. Like it's not, no one's being like persecuted here. I think there's some people that like to think they're being persecuted. I don't know if that was happening earlier. I don't think it was. There's obviously some people that like to think they're being persecuted and that they're like kind of like champions for a cause of making the game better when they are in fact not champions of anything. No longer have SP generation. Controlled operator will cover SP by stepping on banana peels thrown. Whoa, wait a sec. Wait a sec. Armored Mangler Beast will cast its ultimate skill on a regular basis. The ultimate removes all banana peels from the battlefield and continuously deals damage. While casting its ultimate, the Armored Mangler Beast gains high damage reduction. Okay, now I feel like they're getting creative. Is this the Joy and Whimsy stage? It's the meme stage? Now I feel like they're getting creative with Umbral Monuments. Maybe because now they have Echoes of War for more like serious mechanics. Maybe Umbral Monuments will be more like Joy and Whimsy mechanics. Like this was really fun. I'm gonna experiment with that when we go back in.
I won't let anyone down.
The seal clap stage? Oh wait, yeah, the clapping seals. Wait, I forgot about that. The game's being made for clapping seals. Oh yeah, Arcane was also speculating. Yeah, with all the stuff in the quest. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, yeah, like, there's some, I think that Endfield in general did trust the audience quite a bit. I think they do, like, you know, like, I think maybe it could have been left unsaid. Well, actually, I don't know. It seems very logical for the characters to discuss that, so never mind. I mean, if there was like one character by himself, he wouldn't say it to himself. But yeah, it's logical. Like for the whole thing about finding the sword, oh, this might not be a man-made, or this might not be a natural phenomenon. It might be like caused by somebody. There might be somebody behind it. Like I was gonna say that like maybe they could not say that and that'd be like leaving it up for the audience to figure that out, but it's like actually I would be concerned if the characters like hadn't said something to each other about it, because it's like so obviously concerning, you know, to the mission and like to their situation. So okay, so I need I need these fucking bananas, bro. Wait, I just got a 2 for 1. Wait, can I like catch some air and like hit multiple? Can I like chain them together? Wait a sec, I can chain these together right here. Check this out. Oh. Wait, my momentum kind of died though. Dude, if they let you maintain momentum there, like from each banana peel, because when you hit the ground, you kind of stop and do like a little roll. If they let you like kind of maintain your jumping momentum, oh my god, this would have been the most fun state. I would have literally been like skipping around the entire room, gaining infinite momentum as I went across. $1,000 says they add that to CC when it comes out? Maybe. Maybe. They saw your comment on a random CC's video asking for banana risk? Well, yeah, everyone, yeah, that was, everyone thank Quack for the banana mechanic. I think that actually was you. Yeah, so yeah, the thing with the sword, it's too obvious. It would be more weird if no one said anything. Yeah. I mean, there's like, you know, I mean, there's also a difference between characters like discussing something that they obviously would discuss and bring up and like share with each other versus like the I'm Toph Beifong and I created metal bending, you know? If you know, you know. Oh, by the way, this is gonna be like some super like fucking swamp ass lore on Gotcha Smack. Actually, it's not even, I think it was from a video he mentioned this. I think he mentioned that he was watching Avatar, and then he said he was watching Avatar season 2, and it was actually kind of like, so at first I was like, oh wait, that's based. He said he's watching Avatar with his family. I was like, wait, that's like the coolest thing ever. That's so based. That's like literally like a life goal to watch like Avatar with your family. And then he said he was watching season 2 and it wasn't as bad as people was saying. And I was like, wait a sec, this guy, he's talking about Netflix live action Avatar. This fucking guy.
I do not intend to wait any.
I don't know what made me think of that, but I had to say it. I had to say it. I don't even remember how that came up. Oh yeah, that I'm Toph Beifong. Yeah. So like there's like the Netflix second screen level of like self-humiliation. Watching like the script written for a second screen viewer who's like scrolling on their phone. And then there's like, you know, actually good, well-written dialogue. Wait, did I mess up? Oh, wait. I'm panicking. I panicked. Can I do this for these two? Wait, I'm starting to hit like flow state with this squad actually. Now I'm free to do another Camille skill. Oh. Wait, that would have been the most... Oh, wait, because then I could have done this, Wait, wait, I was literally about to set up the craziest burst you've ever seen. Maybe in the main stage. Was it disappointed? Wait, season 2 is Korra? He's talking about Korra? Are you sure? Because yeah, Netflix Avatar, okay, listen. I guess subjective, I guess if somebody found joy in it, I don't want to take it away from them. I think Netflix Avatar is a fucking humiliation and a disgrace, okay? Like, season 2 is like literally complete character assassination, and not even just character assassination, but like all of the themes and meaning that was like so like prominent in these characters has been completely destroyed. I mean, I did not like Netflix Avatar at all. Season 2 is like, I think even worse than season 1, if that was even possible, but Legend of Korra, yeah, the Legend of Korra is like hit or miss. I think Legend of Korra has some really good aspects and maybe some less good aspects. I think Legend of Korra is good. I like Korra. I think it's not as good as the original, as the OG with Aang. But Korra's good. Korra's good. Zahir's the goat. My goat, the anarchist, Zahir. Ain't no way. Yeah. Yeah. No, wait. So no, season 2 is not Korra. Korra is like the sequel series. It's like its own series. Yeah, no one's calling Korra season 2? Yeah. One Piece got the only good live action? Yeah, guys, I think we've mentioned this before, but for those who know the lore, Oda, like the author of One Piece, is like extremely protective of his IP. And apparently Japanese like copyright IP laws offer like way more protection and like oversight for like the creator, apparently. And this is why like Oda's able to like give Netflix the rights to make the show while still maintaining creative oversight. And like George R. R. Martin has been completely, unfortunately, very sadly, kind of humiliated by HBO with first Game of Thrones season 8, like season 7 and 8 basically, and then House of the Dragon season 3. I thought House of the Dragon season 3 was good, but in terms of George R. R. Martin, like having his like he apparently behind the scenes had a lot of like gripes and really was upset about certain things, and he was essentially like kind of like walked out of the room and like cut off from the project, which is like pretty sad. But anyway, Oda, I think the reason live action One Piece was so good is I think Oda maintained some connection to the project. Otherwise, Netflix would do what Netflix does and just butcher the fuck out of it for a cash grab, and that would be that. So, W Oda. W Oda.
I won't let anyone down.
Amon was pretty good. I think the villains were good in Korra. Yeah. Can't be any worse than the Avatar Last Airbender movie. I mean, I think they saw how bad and how hated the Avatar movie was, the M. Night Shyamalan movie. And I think they said like challenge accepted. And I don't think they're quite at the point. They're not quite at that point, but they certainly have tried. I think dude, what's even just most insulting about it is that like Avatar Last Airbender was just, because it's not an over exaggeration to say that it was like perfect in some aspects. Like I need to pause the game to even say this. Like it was so perfect in some aspects that there are just certain changes that are made that in the writer's room, they were like, oh my God, this was such a good change. And like this actually adds so much to the dynamic. And in reality, it like butchers the entire thing. And Avatar, dude, you have to go and watch Avatar Last Airbender, the animated series, and you have to understand and realize just how like concise they were at conveying things, and just how much better, just sometimes for the like just for being so concise, how much better it was. And you know, there was one line that they changed from Last Airbender to the live action where, like it was when Ozai and Zuko had the Agni Kai, and you know, in the cartoon, in the animated series, Zuko refuses to fight, and then Ozai drops one of the fucking coldest lines you've ever heard. He said, hold on, let me get this right. Something, like, you lack respect. He said something like, oh my god, bro, how do I forget this? He said something like, you lack respect and suffering will be your teacher, something like that. It was so cold. It was delivered so hard. Told you everything you needed to know in one little line about this, like, about Zuko's, like, you know, trauma and backstory and his, like, journey and his arc, his, like, what his character arc looks like. Everything, bro, in that little line. And, like, Zuko refused to fight, and then Ozai burned him anyway. And then banished him. And then in the live action, they basically made it so that Zuko fights back, first cardinal sin, and then he beats Ozai. Like, he has Ozai dead to rights. And then he refuses to, like, burn Ozai, his father. And then his father says, "You're weak," and then fucking burns him. Like, it's just so much worse, bro. It is so much less compelling and so much worse. Like, it's so bad. Sorry. I just got triggered. Anyway. Anyway. You will learn respect and suffering will be your teacher. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I don't know how you just... I'm gonna fucking melt down if we... I'm gonna melt down. All I'm saying is, I hope Gotcha Smack taps into the cartoon if that's not what he's tapping into before. Like, maybe the live action, I don't really blame anyone for thinking the live action is good, right? I don't think it's like, I don't think it's a sign of, you know, a fucking, like, low IQ or something, as many people like to attach opinions on media. I don't think it's, like, a sign of anything, but I think especially if you haven't seen the original, it's, like, definitely you might find it good in some ways, but personally, not as much.
Crush them all.
Forgot to use the ult first. The Gilberto ult first. I got distracted.
A rain of crimson red.
I'm about to die. Yep. Oh man. It's just a TV show. It's okay. So they did a Star Wars so that not Mark Hamill Ozai? Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. The one where... Cause didn't Rey like beat Luke at one point? Yeah. Usual Netflix treating its viewer like they have room temp IQ. Well, that was literally the scandal, was like the second screen policy. Like, you have to write your script assuming that the audience is just scrolling on their phone and will like not see things, or they'll like miss things. So if something's important, it needs to be stated like several times, or like it needs to be, you know, something happens on the screen, then you need to like say it. And dude, that is what, dude. Fucking, I'm Toph Beifong and I created metal bending. She shouts like at her own mother. Wow. Wow. It tells your own mother, I am first name, last name, and I just did something that you just watched. I'm trying to beat the, trying to kill the bull first. It's like not really working. Okay. Kind of confused on what to do here.
For a sunlit earth of light.
Holy shit.
Cozy up with gravity!
That was extensive.
Break their ranks.
Is 250k good there, by the way? I'm like, really have no sense of good damage in this game. Kind of avoid the DPS check stuff for the most part.
Blood of the best!
There's some good cartoons back in the day. OG Teen Titans was good. I remember OG Teen Titans, yeah. I remember the OG. The new ATLA film, Toff Roll. Wait, hold on. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Lock on, it makes it easier. Make life easier. So you wouldn't have to constantly flick. I haven't locked onto the bull. The bull like wasn't dying. They throw that little guy in there so you'll accidentally kill him and then he'll like heal and buff the other enemies. But I don't think there's anything wrong with my team. I just need to like lock in for a few minutes and not die. Right? Is there like a better team for this? I don't think so. Yeah, I just need to lock in and not die. And like dodge.
The surge has shifted its course.
Kind of messed everything up, but it will restart our rotations. Dude, this guy keeps like trapping my guys. I'm gonna do this. I hit this.
Cozy up with gravity!
Doing this in preparation. Might have been too soon. Just kidding. Bang. With that crit. I think what I can... Okay, here's what I can do. I can do this. That'll trigger this, which triggers nothing else. My bad. That was my fault. That was my fault. Doesn't have the susceptibility on him. Okay, that's cool. The little guy is still over there. Guys, is Endfield combat hard or is it easy? Is this a me problem? Does it have the link buff from Camille? I'm not good at managing the link buff.
Watch out!
Dude, like she's got God, are you serious?
Meet your end here. Okay. Break. Break.
Dead weight.
Break. Break. Shatter the lock. Meet your end here.
They obviously got this one sooner. I'm gonna cast this.
The element flow.
Does that count? Does that use the link buff? It did, I think.
Cozy up with gravity.
Formation in place. Strike and suppress. Have another. Break their ranks.
Posture check.
Meet your target. Okay. Breach. Area target. Strike and suppress.
He's made.
Sis is up higher.
I'm not using Rosh's thing because I want to hit one of these for that. Yes. My health is low. I'm getting distracted.
Fourth impurity.
Please just die. Can we just wrap this up, please? I think I have them now.
Sunlit earth of light.
Let's flip the world.
That was too early.
Strike and suppress.
Whatever, they're lined up. Arcane crushes balls.
Final mercy.
Okay, this guy's buff. This guy's like mega giga buff. I just need to like spam him down, yeah? Okay, fun stage. I'll do a tiny little bounce on that. That was a fun stage, actually. I'll do a little mini bounce on it. What's your Gilberta build? Is it EX or Swordmancer? Bro, I don't remember.
Still waiting for something?
I think Swordmancer is the support set, right?
Ciao. Wanna head out for a walk? The colors of the sky.
Eternal Shiranite. Okay, is this an LOL moment? Is this speed laugh? Okay, don't speed laugh. I know EX is oh, that's what you meant. Okay, yeah, okay. Never mind. Never mind. It's not a speed laugh moment. Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm doing.
I'm really sorry.
Did doing it at 60 give me all these rewards, by the way? It did. It did. Okay. See, man. Just clearing everything at level 60 gives you everything. I mean, I fucking love this company. I love this company. It's getting parasocial, but like I love these guys.
I warned you before.
Full parasocial, okay? Full on parasocial. I love this company. BP weapon, speed laugh.
Still waiting for something?
Looky here. The flying
Might get Gilberta's signature just because I love her a lot, and she's like, you know, she's Fox. She's a Fox, so like it kind of fits the channel. And I use her a lot, so I might get her weapon, or Sig weapon, I mean, the next time she comes back. Are we doing the survey? I haven't figured out how to open it up in OBS yet without using desktop capture, and I'm just gonna try and figure it out. Try and see if I can figure it out. If so, then we'll do it later, or I mean like another day. What if you had a combo selector so you can skip or pick different ones? I think right now the only way to control that is by putting like ranking them different,
Shall I
like
join you?
changing the number
I
in your
am at your
team. Which actually I think I want Rossi's to be last, just in case I need to do someone else's before hers.
And me? What's our mission?
Shall I join you?
Okay, this one, dude, I think it could be good. I mean, you kind of just want to be killing all the little guys in the background. Yeah.
Hi,
I think this one I can just YOLO it. Roberta BP is not good since she doesn't use skill that much. Yeah. Yeah. There's a skill right here.
Meet your end here.
Get sealed, dummy. Where I use Rossi's skill instead.
Meet your end here.
Okay, I can do this.
Actually do that?
Shatter the bomb. Meet your end here. Here I command the air that flows.
Look, I'm taking damage. I'm just kind of face tanking right now. Holy.
Deploy formation.
See, blood of the bear!
I could have saved that.
Meet your end here.
Like, I have combustion on him instead of, what I want is corrosion.
Meet your end here. Area split.
Okay, bro has a lot of health. It's just me, or...
Formation and meet your end here for a sunlit earth of light.
Spiriti dei lupi!
Strike them down.
I also think I did not benefit from the
Area split.
Gilberta ult like at all. Whatever, fun stage. Did you check the 1.4 devlog? I mean, I don't remember, but that was so long ago. I don't know if there's... Do we need to watch that? Survey would be 2 hours. Guys, a survey is not a react, okay? A survey is not a react. It's different. Completely different. You got Gilberta's weapon in her rerun. She deserves it. I'm thinking about it. Thinking about it.
I will uphold.
Okay, it's time for Joy and Whimsy. Should we use like a different team for Joy and Whimsy? Like a Fong Yi team? Actually, in her ult, I don't know if you can slip. Rossi's bad in the stage because she removes inflictions. I feel like Rossi is so good in this team because you can, like, if you accidentally overstack, because you might be using arcane skill more, and you might end up with extra nature inflictions, and then you can use Rossi's combo to strip them, and then use another like Camille's skill to start with heat so that you can... Wait, hold on. That was not in the fucking fine print. Thought I was free to just slip on the things.
Magnificent. Blood rises in sight.
See, I can do that to like trigger the extra damage, right? And then I can strip with this. I guess in that stage you wanted the arts burst, but I feel like I had a lot. Oh my. Okay, I mean that was just... I've never seen the double rings before and I kind of panicked. I didn't know what that was. Yeah, okay, you can't slip with Longy's ult. Okay. Oh wait, so can you still trigger the SP without slipping? Oh wait, that's kind of free. Wait, is this a Fongy shilling stage? Wait a sec, power creep? Wait a minute, maybe the power creep thing was real, but it's like banana peel slip creep.
A brilliant move.
Maybe that was the real issue all along. Thank you for bringing awareness to my failing game so that I can avoid spending money on a failing dying project. That was really big. Okay, I'm getting a little scared.
Sunlit earth of light.
Cozy up with gravity!
Formation in place. Durant here.
Wait, that was not in the... Well, that was not in the cards.
Shatter the line.
Dude, that was...
Blood of the best!
Can I just trigger my ultimate, please?
Strike them down. Guide. Strike and surprise. Shatter the line. Have another.
Oh, nice. I just squeezed in the skill before Rossi did her thing. Here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, wait, this is Camille. But I had Rossi's ult for a sec. I should have saved. Should have saved all of that for this. Just kidding, we're fine. God. Oh my god.
Formation in neutral and here.
That was fun. Oh, the double rings means he can only be stunned by ults. Is that true? Was it Lavitane power creep? Wait a sec. Lavitane useless in the slip stage? Oh no. Straight from Looney Tunes? Alright, I never read the effect going on here. Duration for combustion, electrification, corrosion, solidification, and breach applied to the Crag Howler becomes permanent. Effects become stronger. Aforementioned arch reactions and physical status only persist after consumption. Crag Howler will unleash a Furious Roar on a regular basis. The Furious Roar applies stun on all operators. As the battle progresses, the duration of stun applied by the thing becomes longer. Oh. So there's kind of a... Okay, it's kind of like a... It's like a mechanic requiring a DPS check, right? Because you can't keep it going for too long. Or else you'll probably get stunned in one shot.
Oh,
Or if not one shot, you'll at least get guaranteed hit, right? Now this is Fong Yishil. Wait, so Fong Yi can't get stunned by the roar, maybe? Is that... Oh, for the double ring, the multi-skill... Oh, so the same skill hitting multiple times will work? So it says corrosion is permanent. Oh, wait, those stuns are coming out really fast. Oh my god. Dude, I think they're doing a good job of making fun movesets though. I just didn't know it was coming, but it was like a pretty fun moveset to dodge. Hold on. Wait a sec. What's he doing? Wait, the freaking thing is like tracking me. Can I just like, is it worth to just stick a higher level corrosion on him? Will it get overridden if I then do a lower one after? Let's just say I do this, right? Let me test this. That's level 2. Let's say I do this. What's combustion? Oh wait, it's probably worth it. Oh yeah, dude, look at that. It's probably worth it to stack a combustion on, like, at the beginning. Then does my level 2 get overridden if I then do this? It does, okay. Okay, so there's no point keeping that up, but there maybe is a point to like stacking a high combustion on there at the beginning. Let me try this. Did he just miss his skill? Hello? You can do that? Okay, I'm kind of confused on what's going on right there. I feel like the guy's a little too much going on. I love they do these as puzzles rather than HP inflation. Perma level 4 corrosion goes wild, but how do you upkeep that? Because with this team, like, you want to... Like, you're kind of constantly doing corrosion, right? This guy's doing this already? Okay, wait, that's kind of fast. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so let me do this. I have to remember about the follow-up wave as well. Oh my god, this guy's got... Yeah, I don't know if the corrosion is that heavy. Actually, I mean, 9,200 taking like that permanently for the entire stage. I'm gonna do this thing again. Okay, get away from me, sicko. Dude, I definitely canceled that. I kind of doubt, personally. Now it's at 13k, by the way.
Let's flip the world!
Formation in place. Need your end here. Crush them all.
Am I dead? No.
Formation in place. Need your end here.
Dude, there's no way these things chase you this hard. Nah. No, that's sick. That's sickening.
A rain of crimson red.
Can I just use this? I feel like I'm about to die soon anyway. Yeah, I think I just died. I think Arcane just died. Camille, lock in. Wait, this guy's kind of locked. Wait, he's kind of locked in. See, the good thing about this is Arcane dies, I can just transition to a, I can just transition this to a Rossi main DPS team easily. Please don't tell me that's guaranteed. Oh my god! Wait, Rossi the goat, she just ate that for me. Rossi, we need some energy?
A rain of crimson red.
I need some Gilberta energy. I don't know where. Why it's not there? This kills, right? What do you mean starting to apply a longer stun? I don't need Camille anyway, it's fine. He tanked it? Wait. Bro, can I play the game? Wait. Wait, I'm the greatest player there ever was. Wait, what happened? How did he die? Wait, hold on, let me watch that back. Wait, it was the combustion. Wait, the foresight. Wait, the planning. Look at the 10k. Wait a minute. Wait a sec. Wait, the foresight and the planning and the... Wait a minute. Wait, I'm the greatest to ever do it. Actually calculated. I embarrassed him. Combustion level 4? Burn to death? I can? Wait, didn't he realize he was in the water? Is he stupid? Wait, is this guy... Is he dumb? Is he stupid? He didn't realize he was standing in the water the whole time? Level 4 combustion does wonders? Dude, I wonder how much damage that did throughout that whole fight, because that was long, and I did that at the very beginning. Dot to the rescue? I mean, dude, it was literally just dotting like 10Ks. It was probably a little less than that, but like 92, 9K and 10K, like the whole fight. That was pretty fun. That was a fun stage, see? See, like, look, I think they're definitely capable of making these fun stages. I think, like, what Brax was saying in his video is to make someone keep coming back. They're looking for replayability, like a reason to keep playing, I guess.
I'm really sorry.
Not that it needs to become Do It Night Abyss, but... I guess, like, someone kept saying reclamation algorithm
Don't touch the back of our...
is probably in the works.
Maybe we should add a suite of machines.
The incident has been logged. Just be
We
glad.
beat Umbral the hardest game mode. Rossi combustion damage is actually wild since she can get so much attack. Wait, does attack affect that? I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we should add a suite of...
I'm pretty sure I triggered the combustion with Camille at the start. Oh no, you mean while they have combustion, she gets bonus attack, right?
Still waiting for
Is that what you mean? Like she does bonus damage?
Pray, beware. I'm the foes of the back.
Oh, this is
That doesn't
HP.
sound right.
This is HP.
Ow!
Alright, so this is different, right? Has something to do with this? No. I'll try playing level 4 corrosion and combustion. Oh yeah, wait, what about breach?
Shall I join
What if I did a breach like at the very beginning with a physical team? Wait, actually I want to do that. That sounds fun.
Hi, Endman.
I'm gonna go in with Pog and do a level 4
weather is
breach
so lovely
with this
today.
team. I'm still using Rossi Camille, but I'm gonna try this. Survey? Bro, I told you I can't do the survey today. I have to figure out the OBS thing. Brax had no idea what the fuck he's talking about? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Wait, what? Were you here when we did the 3-hour-long react earlier? I think you were, right? Wait, what did he not say? What did he not know what he's talking about? I feel like it was a pretty good video. 1.5 supposed to have roguelites from leaks? Level 4 solidification's even funnier? But he's not going to be solidified, right? Oh, you can shatter non-stop? Oh, no way. So when you shatter, it doesn't consume the solidification? Wait, that's crazy. Oh, wait, we should try that. Forgot the freaking, what am I supposed to do on this team? One of these. And one of these. And this triggers him. This triggers this. What I'm gonna do is a Rossi skill, which missed. Dude, oh my. Okay, level 4 blue breach is active. See, this is a fun moveset, right? Movesets that are like clearly visible for the player because there's not like VFX slop all over my screen.
at my command?
I just need to make sure not to press his skill button again.
The blade is made.
I'm trying to download this guy's moveset too.
Sith Ezra Empire.
I'll teach you the hard way.
He says, and then like half his HP disappears. Yeah, I think I'm just out of range. That was a game engine issue, not my fault.
Shield guards.
I also forgot this is double Vanguard, so I can kind of skill span here. I kind of have to no-hit the rest of this too. Rico's about to die. I should probably just switch characters, right? Okay, that was not good. The whole video is basically is Enfield equals the gotcha slop you know, but without any grind and terrible pulling experience. Okay, I don't think that was the whole video. I don't think that's accurate. Where did you get that? Where'd you get that from? The monkeys fun fight? Yeah. I don't think he was saying Enfield equals the gotcha slop that you already know, but without any grind and terrible pulling experience. Yeah, I don't think that's what he said. I don't think that's what he said. I think, I don't know, bro. We discussed it for like hours, so like, you know, I think it was pretty like fair and balanced. I don't think he was saying, I think sometimes he discussed like sentiments or like other beliefs, or just like in general there was the whole like, you know, I mean, pretty was clear about how there's like, it doesn't use FOMO the same way, and instead is relying on like making good content. I feel like that was pretty clear too.
Everyone down.
Like that the physical teams don't need ults to deal the damage. Yeah, they have like crush.
I'm the crimson.
I'll need.
Textbook maneuver.
Off to a great start.
Don't surrender.
No healer really does kind of add some pressure too. I feel like if I had a healer, it'd be. Forgot about my breach as well. Long-winded way of saying potential game? We never looked at the comments. Should we take a peek at the comments? Hold on. Hold on a sec. That's not what I meant to do. What the fuck just happened? What am I doing? What just happened? Okay. Are we chill? Okay. Sort by newest? Let's see what people say. Okay. I mean, there's 1,000 comments on this video. Wait, 0 dislikes? New record? There's nothing I want less than RNG grind in my gacha game? Okay. Excuse me, this is a positive comment. I don't really get this sentiment at all. Enfield's just a cluttered mess which requires you to hit 20 different loading screens to finish your dailies while navigating more menus than Nike. Alright, this is a hater. Just play regular Arknights 100% better. Because is sorting my newest a form of torture? I love Enfield and hope they add in some fun non-FOMO content, just like how they started. Guys, I feel like this is pretty much what he was saying. Scroll till you see one of us. Isn't this somebody right here? Isn't user in chat? Isn't this somebody that we know? So we already did it. I'd pick NTE Gacha System anytime. That's it. Fuck everything I said about NTE. Doom post that game into the ground. It's over. I'm declaring war. I'm declaring war on NTE. Glory to Enfield? Your dislike plugin is broke? Yours says 333 dislikes? Oh, dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I feel like he explained himself pretty clearly. I don't think it was obviously not a hate or doom post video. From Braxophone of all people, like guys. I feel like from the comments, I feel like you can kind of tell. Yeah. Just say AI game. Oh, for NT. I was saying it was a hate video, just an uninformed one? Or a misinformed one? I don't know. I don't think so. I think, dude, I was in agreement. He's kind of said a lot of things that we've been saying for a while. I think maybe you can go watch the VOD. Yeah, go give me some more watch hours in the VOD. Go give me some more watch time. Maybe watch the VOD, and I'll be gracious. I'll let you hit it on 1.5 speed, but no, but seriously, I feel like we discussed everything pretty in depth, and like a lot of this stuff is stuff that we've talked about before and is like very logical. Pretty much take source from community delivered by someone who barely played the game. Dude, I don't know. I don't think so. There was literally the one thing about contingency contract, which, you know, we disagreed, and we like detailed our disagreement. But I can send a strongly worded letter. I can write a strongly worded tweet. What do you think? Can't believe there are people actively hoping for more FOMO. How broken is society that allows FOMO to beat everything else? If that doesn't terrify or depress you, then there's a much deeper issue that needs to be solved. I mean, this is just exactly right. Yeah, genuinely, I'm shocked when people say they want more FOMO. See guys, like his Enfield praise was missing the sauce. I don't think so, guys. I don't think you can get angry if someone's like not praising a game hard enough. I feel like that's kind of like, I don't necessarily want to be in that position, you know? Like I said, like if I said I disagreed with maybe the representation of contingency contract, but like I gave all my details and I described it, and that's that. But I feel like it's just like at a certain point you're kind of in like a nothing is ever good enough, and like nothing anyone says is good enough unless they like are, you know, like fucking towing the agenda. Like if like I'm like giving them like a letter, and like they have to like there's like a gun to their head off screen, and it's like they have to say everything in this, or else, you know, say like one thing that isn't like hot enough, then, you know, disregard. I don't know. I feel like that's a slippery slope to like a pretty toxic community, you know? You say takes kind of out of left field? Yeah, kind of out of left field, but, you know. 2x speed, take it or leave it? I guess that'll give me like a good 1.5 hours still. That's fine. That's fine. The hate is mostly tribalism? You mean the hate like in the comments? If you're playing Arknight's Enfield and later said there's nothing much to do, congrats, you enjoy the game so much and exhaust all the content. Now while you're waiting for the next update, you have plenty of time to play other games or other stuff. Yeah. Best analogy, Lamau? Is it up to the water analogy? I don't know. Best analogy? It's like a top 20 analogy, maybe. mean, like top 20, top 15, top 10, maybe. Well, stand by the point. He basically said Enfield potential game. He's looking forward to it, sure, but it's still what he said. I mean, dude, I feel like there's a difference between the potential game that we heard earlier on from a lot of people and the kind of like, I'm looking forward to how it gets better, or like how it pursues this vision in the future, you know? I don't think he was saying potential game as like as a way of saying like, this is bad now. You know? We need to take what we can get, true. Yeah, no, I don't know. Honestly, don't understand. People ask for more replayability and point to other gacha timer slot weekly / bi-weekly stages. Yeah, no, that was questionable for sure. That was questionable. I get asking for more replayability, but then it kind of lost me when they were like, why don't we have Spiral Abyss? Like, where's our Tower of Adversity, you know? Where's my replayability? Kind of lost me on that. I agree with more replayability. The thing is, like, we talked about it very in depth, but the fact that they have crafted the environment for their game where their priority and incentive is to make fun, replayable, engaging content rather than crutching on like FOMO slop, then you know, it's I think that's kind of what he means when he's like, if you're getting the potential game vibes, like, but we're all kind of sitting here like, okay, like we're excited for that replayable game mode. He's said that it was like good, like, and also you don't need to necessarily police whether someone's like, oh, did you say it was good enough times, or like, did you glaze it enough? You're not glazing enough. Like, if you for every criticism there must be five glazes, you know? Like, I don't know if necessarily like I think, you know, you can tell when someone's speaking in good faith versus bad faith, and like the criteria for good faith versus bad faith is not like glaze to criticism ratio. It's different than that. So, you know, you just get to a slippery slope. Like, guys, you don't want to be like, you know, again, not saying that all people who play Wuthering Waves are like this, but you don't want to get to a point of like that vocal minority of Wuthering Waves where it's like, you know, you can praise the game, but then you offer a criticism and they just like lose their fucking minds and like crucify you, you know, even if it's like, I just praised it and call it a good game. I called it a good game and I just praised it over here. And I had this like one thing to say about it. And now you're like losing your shit. You're like pissing and shitting all over the place. You know, you don't want to get to that point. So be wary of that, I guess. Like, I think it was a good video. Like, definitely a really good video compared to a lot of the freaking, just like not really good stuff that we saw before. So. For the roguelike will have replayability? Yeah. Fair enough, it's not the exact potential game connotation. He does go on to list reasons to play this game. It does come down to add repeatable game modes. Yeah, but guys, don't get, you know, don't get triggered by just the asking, just because like there were people who kept saying, where's my replayable game mode? This game is shit. Just because someone's now asking for repeatable game mode doesn't mean they need to be like lumped into that messaging, you know? Like, don't let the messaging get tainted. Like, I think asking for replayable game modes is like perfectly fine thing to keep asking for. Don't lump that. Don't let them like, you know, co-opt that messaging just because they kind of would use it as an excuse to say like, this game is awful, don't play it. Like, new players don't try this, right? the freaking I'm quitting Arknight's Enfield videos or whatever. I don't think it's the same. Poison the Well? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, Power Wash rerun coming soon. That you can dislike stuff about the game but don't doom post? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Poison the Well is the right like saying or whatever phrase. We'll see what happens in the 1.5 stream. Yeah, so people were saying that the roguelike is rumored to come in 1.5. Yeah. Glory to Enfield? We read that already. As far as I know, Lowlight had already mentioned in the end of 1.4 stream they could have scrapped the factory for something more commercially viable, but they love making it, so they doubled down instead. Factory haters in complete shambles. DC's already proved they can make an engaging endgame without timer slop. Now we just need integrated strategies. Yeah. And guys, we have to also remember that the whole potential game, like, again, the whole Poison the Well thing comes to mind. The whole potential game thing is actually, like, the thing is for most, like, for any live service, that's actually considered a compliment, right? Because part of the fun of a live service is, like, jumping in and being on this journey with the community, like, as the game improves, and you're like, seeing in real time as the developers are, like, improving the game and adding things and listening to feedback and the game's evolving. Like, so potential game is like a compliment and a good thing for live services. That's what live services like want to be known as and described as. Cause like, again, it's just fun to have that. It's obviously fun when the game is like, or good when the game is good now. But it's just really exciting at like looking to the future. Like, oh my gosh, there's so many possibilities for like the future and things that could be added. It's so exciting to look forward to that stuff. Right. But the whole like potential game thing was like, again, the well was poisoned or it was co-opted to say like it's a potential game, meaning that the game is bad now, it can only be good in the future, and it will always be a potential game because they're never going to add this or that. Like that was like the slander that was being spread that was like super annoying. But yeah, not really the same as just saying like there's a lot of potential for the future of this game, you know? And that's what was so annoying also about that. Was so frustrating. What was so frustrating about that is like it was taking something that is like a good thing about games and using it to slander the game and saying like, you know, it'll never be good. So as far as I know, most of those haters have like moved on, have they not? Or are they still like hanging on, making like Enfield content? Enfield was always good. It's just getting peak now. It's getting better. Getting better for sure. More like the potential refers to the vision Arknights content creators believe were promised to them 3,000 years ago. Yeah. 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 So. Dude, are any of the people that made all of those Enfield no content videos, are they like still around playing Enfield, or are they just like moved on? Yeah, it was saying like there's no hope or nor interest of seeing things getting better. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess they haven't, so I guess they haven't. Hate posting in general subsided. Do you think they moved on to NTE and Silver Palace? Bro, I'm gonna need to like I'm gonna get all my Silver Palace criticism out of the way, and then I'm gonna go into like Silver Palace fucking running defense, fucking bouncing on the devs, bouncing all over it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I think I have a couple more things I want to say about Silver Palace from the beta. And then generally I'm very positive about it. Like I hope it does well. Smugslov still playing. He loved 1.4. That's cool. That's good. That's cool. Dude, like Kuke Kaze is not the fucking devil, you know. Yeah, I did like look. Like I said, there's still things that I might meme on, like the whole like you know, like 1 week before contingency contract saying new players shouldn't play the game. There's no content. I don't meme on that, but bro, I don't think he's the fucking like public enemy number one. They moved from potential game to it extended my stay. That's progress, guys. That's progress. Didn't that guy cause a whole stir with power creep? Yeah, but that was manufactured. That was an industry. That was like a plant, you know. That was just kind of farming, and then like people gave him too much attention and reaction. Like it's obvious it was just fucking slander propaganda. It's not real. It's all fake. I think it was just slow news day, like slow news week. There like wasn't much going on, so everyone just kind of like jumped onto it. It's just fake. It's not real. Like all the serious, like everyone who's like serious did not even skip a beat. They didn't even pay attention to it. Like it's just not worth even like giving oxygen to. Waiting for the why I'm returning to Enfield videos? Well, yeah. Cookie's chill? Yeah, I think he's pretty chill. Loves the company and its agenda? Yeah. Yeah. They'll claim Kukikaze to be on your side until he caters to the opposition and eventually backstabs you with another It's Drenful and Anfield right now video. Listen, if it happened, look, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, okay? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But again, I'm not gonna criticize something that hasn't happened. If that's your like what you think is gonna happen, fair enough. Predictions, like place your bets, but I don't know, dude. I don't expect it necessarily to happen. I don't foresee that. Well, who knows? Maybe. Who knows? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, if it happens. And guys, like I said, you know, the whole like knee-jerk reaction to the whole campaigns, the ones that Brax mentioned, right? Like all these like fucking terrible like PR campaigns and
as having the worst,
like all this nonsense garbage, right? Like the knee-jerk reaction to that, it'd be kind of depressing as if we basically became
some community members,
you know,
and
like the people like that vocal minority who like is super triggered anytime they hear about Wuthering Waves. If Wuthering Waves is not spoken about and like the absolute like peakest of peak, this is the greatest thing ever, everything about this is peak, right? They just like completely lose their minds. Like you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be that guy in the comment section, you know? And like, there's a difference between like the bad faith and good faith. I think like, obviously, I don't think Kukikaze is, I don't think Mr. Kaze is bad faith at all. Enfield enjoyers dare to out themselves as such and don't get called out instantly. The hate meta changed to being cautiously optimistic meta. Everyone should think Kuki will be more positive about Enfield in the future. Dude, I think the second Tobro thing, I think did not signal a shift to you guys. The whole Tobro and Tel Aviv thing. Like that, I think there was like a moment of like a click that occurred, you know? The alignment chart is like Toby to Kuki to Vulpes. Maybe. I'll bear this cross. Being known as the fucking glazer, the fucking bouncing all over it guy. I'll bear this cross if it need be. You didn't like the title, like the it kept me around title, or like it stopped me from quitting title. I mean, you know, like packaging is one thing, you know. Packaging is one thing. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Oh, really? Oh, really? Dude, I'm really like YouTube moderation is so weird to me. I feel like there has to be a better way to do it, but that's when it had that pop up where it said now would be a good time to run ads when I went to the moderation thing. But like, it's so weird to me because when you click on someone's name, there's a button to like basically ban them, and then literally the button above it is to make them a moderator. Like, how did that happen? Who designed this? You're like, literally the buttons are right next to each other. Like, obviously someone that you're about to ban, you don't want to accidentally mod them. So why is that even in the same menu is what kind of bothers me on that. I don't really get that. Like, it literally freaks me out every time I go to click it. I have to like triple check. Like, literally worst case scenario is taking a troll and accidentally modding them. Literally worst case scenario. The community's pushing back on the bad actors. Yeah. Feel lulled when Tobo called Tobo shot glitter out of nowhere. Bro. Dude, it's just the result of just thinking that like everyone around you is like 70 IQ, like mentally invalid, like stupid, you know? Like, it's just the result of that, and that's why I like just pulled up some random guy's tweet talking about like how he enjoyed this one part. I mean, not a random guy obviously, but like just pulling up a tweet, just like very innocently talking about how much they enjoyed this one part. And you're like, oh my god, you see, like this is just a sign they're so fucking stupid. All these people are stupid. You see this, they're just guzzling their slop. It's like, dude, come on, like just relax. Relax, dude. Like let the guy enjoy the thing. Imagine wanting to mod someone then banning him. Also peak. Yeah, it'd be kind of funny. Have you seen the updated pinned comment from Tobro's video? Dude's full of anger even when Lowlight saying they're just following their vision in devlog. Yeah, I think we talked about that before. Like the constantly evolving, like the diary entry pinned comment. Yeah, I think we talked about that. Glitter's also on our side. See, okay, here's the thing. Maybe it would be, guys, maybe it would be more profitable for me to feed into tribalism a little bit more than I am now, but I don't think necessarily thinking about it in terms of like sides is like the healthiest thing, you know, like for the long term for us, because I don't know. I just don't like thinking about it in terms of like this side and that side. You know, I think like for the most part, everyone's pretty chill, and there's only like a couple of bad actors out there, like truly, truly bad actors, you know? What Ryuku said, games like Arknights, Enfield, and NTE just exposed all the grifters because they're trying something different. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I don't know. It was just, I think NTE is also getting a ton of like undeserved doom posting and hatred, you know? I know that people say that like they don't like it, and that's fair. Dude, this is another thing with the Gotcha Smack React that I should have been more stringent on, that I realized when I was watching it back that I like let it go. But, you know, people kind of shitting on NTE, kind of crazy. And I just feel like, I don't know, like there are people that like it. I know Ryuku Sensei likes it and is playing it. And like, I just kind of respect the fact that like maybe there are people that just like it and it just appeals to something different, you know? Diary entry or diarrhea entry? I think it's just people don't like change. So when something comes out that changes things, like gacha pools, people are out of their comfort zone. Could be a factor, yeah. I mean, it's probably true. It's probably true. NT was a bit too grindy for your taste? Like, this was crazy. What is this? Oh, I can tell from the thumbnail who that is. I don't know who this is, but yeah, this is, yeah, NT is too grindy, like it otherwise had to cut excess games out. NT didn't make the cut. I think NT was very grindy with the Fawns grind, you know? Dude, one thing I heard about NTE, this is something that I think Captain Cabinets was saying in her react to the 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 react. Like, I think that something about how like the Fawns grind is kind of a way that, you know, the house always wins in the end, which I hadn't really considered it that way. I hadn't really considered it from that angle that it's, you know, the Fawns grind is kind of another way to encourage people to spend money, because like you can buy the Fawns. I'd always viewed the Fawns as just like sort of a long-term grind thing. Like, you know, you may take a while to grind, but eventually you'll get that apartment or that car. It's like an end game grind thing. Now, you can say, do you want your end game grind to be like fucking, you know, doing Uber driving and Uber Eats deliveries and making coffee and stuff? Like probably is not like the end game grind you want. Like you probably want better mini games than that, which is I think something they're working on supposedly in NTE. I guess people like Pink Paw's Heist kind of I didn't like it as much after like the first couple runs, but yeah, like 999 Nights was like an interesting game mode. You need a job to buy a house? Gotcha gamers hate this. 99 Nights should have been co-op PvP. I don't know about PvP, but co-op PvE could be fun. is nitpicking, honestly. You love the gacha system, the little interactions with the characters and like dates and stuff. Oh no, wait, sorry. The first thing you said was the fawns and essential materials in the overworld after playing Enfield's chill system was a bit of an overload. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. The thing for me was the fawns. Like if there'd been a really fun way to get the fawns, like grinding isn't bad, but grinding kind of needs like really fun gameplay to grind. And the stuff that I had at the time was not enough for me to like really want to spend my entire weekly fawns limit. Was there a fish event? Okay. Well,
I'm really sorry.
play NTE daily. You rated a 6 out of 10. It certainly needs polish, but it's fun as free to play. Yeah, that's fair. See, I respect that. I respect that. I think like, you know, like I'm assuming you also play other gacha games, right? And so it's not like NTE needs to be like, you're only trying to choose one game out of everything, and NTE needs to be like the best game out of all of them.
The keeper is now in charge.
I'll lead.
But rather it's like you play multiple, and NTE is like good enough that it justified being in your daily roster, right? PvP and gacha is not a good idea, yeah. Oh, you're meant tired of the PvP in NTE? You mean like gacha PvP, like tribalism? Okay. It's your first and only gacha? Interesting. So your rating is entirely based on your experience in that game alone?
The lost.
Dang. How'd you stumble into an Enfield stream? That's funny though. First and only gacha, huh? That's kind of interesting. Right, NTE is a joke and got 2 copies of Shinku in your first 10 pull. For that, you're sticking with NTE. All right, the classic good luck equals good game. I support that though. I support that. Kind of want to see a fishing event in Endfield, not gonna lie. A less should be the meta. Bro, I feel like fishing is so hard to get right in these games. I feel like every game tries fishing and it's almost always not good. But I don't know. NTE is our little brother. I hope he grows up to be a Giga Chad. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like, I would support NTE. I think the one thing that I didn't like NTE for was the Gen AI. And dude, I'm really not even like super anti-Gen AI. I think when it's so blatant that like, again, when you're copying like Weathering with You as a trailer to put on a billboard, or like, dude, even the certain Gen AI things like that looked really bad, like the Gen AI videos, I just think they look bad. It just looks like terrible, you know? And like the thing is, I kind of am sympathetic to like if there's a studio, like a smaller studio with a smaller budget that's going for like a more ambitious project. If it comes down to like, you know, you're building a city and you need like magazine covers or something, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, like this is, you know, evil for you to do this. And obviously there's AI, like, or machine learning, LLMs, whatever you want to call them, in like other places of development. But apparently NTE was like, we're gonna remove that Gen AI slop, right? So hopefully, if that's the case. But for them, yeah. But other than that, it's like I don't really have a problem if NTE like gets better and does well. Not against AI, but it shows you're not locked in enough. Yeah, to me, it's kind of indicative of, you know, the culture in the dev studio. You know what I mean? That isn't very, like, you know, when I talk about the game design decisions that Hyperglyph makes, that tells me about like studio philosophy or certain, you know, culture in the studio or whatever. That like is like very promising and gives me hope. Like using Gen AI in that manner doesn't necessarily give me hope. It like kind of fills me with dread, actually. So unless they removed it and are getting rid of it. So yeah. Guys, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try something really quick. Last time I played this, do you think I need to like react every time? Today we're going to be listening from the Persona 5 EOST Beneath the Mask. We're going to be listening and reacting to this soundtrack. And this is a really good soundtrack. You guys should all go listen to it. You guys should all go listen to the Persona 5 OST Beneath the Mask. It's a really good soundtrack. You can really feel like the easygoing nature of the song and how it kind of lulls you into a state of like being relaxed and kind of like letting down your guard in a way. And it just kind of creates that feel-good vibe. All right, since we did that, can I now use because last time I played this, I got like not a copyright strike, but it got like restricted and I had to edit it out. So, anyway. It's Jover. Even outros are react slop? Okay, don't say that. Guys, come on, don't say that. Okay, I even did that as a joke, and that was a very, very genuine react, actually, if I may say so myself. That was very genuine. See you around the 1.5 stream? I might stream before that. I don't know when this stream is gonna be. I might stream before that. But yeah, okay, guys. You guys know the drill. Thanks so much for tuning into the broadcast, for watching, and like lurking, chatting, watching, you know, subbing, following, etc. Really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody watching. Really fun today. I feel like we had had a lot of fun watching the Brax video and kind of talking and discussing with everybody, and it was fun. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. And again, I appreciate, like, you guys, as much as I like ham it up, if that one guy sees this, as much as I ham it up when there's like disagreements and like people in chat kind of get on that, it's fun, you know. It's fun to have the disagreements and like talk and stuff. So I genuinely appreciate when people feel good disagreeing, just to include that little thing at the end so people are sure, so people know, you know. It's fun. It's fun when it's done in good fun. I don't mean anything by it. Anyway, all right, thanks everybody, really appreciate it. I'll see you guys next time. That was fun. I'm probably gonna turn that into a video, so stay tuned. I'll try and like clean it up and stuff. Might be fun to watch again. All right, see you guys. Bye bye. See you in the next one. See ya. Thank you again. Bye bye. Bye bye.